Hi there, I'm Hannah. I stood in front of the mirror, smoothing down my floral maternity dress. My baby bump was clearly showing, a constant reminder of the new life growing inside me. Today was supposed to be a happy day, my baby shower, but as I looked at my reflection, I couldn't shake off a feeling of worry deep in my stomach. Hey, you ready? The guests will be here soon, Mark called from downstairs. I took a deep breath, forced a smile, and made my way down. Mark was busy in the living room, setting up chairs and hanging the last decorations. He gave me that charming smile, the one that made me fall in love with him years ago, but lately, it felt distant. You look beautiful, he said, giving me a quick kiss on the cheek before going back to his tasks. I wanted to stop him, to make him really look at me, and ask why he seemed so distracted lately, but I held back. Today was about celebrating our baby, not bringing up our issues. The doorbell rang, and Claire burst in, arms full of gifts and decorations. Hannah, you look amazing. You're glowing, she exclaimed, giving me a warm hug. I relaxed, grateful for her support. Thanks for coming early to help set up, I said as we started arranging snacks and games. Claire lowered her voice. How are things with Mark? I glanced at my husband, who was now fiddling with the sound system. Fine, I lied. He's just busy with work, you know. Claire narrowed her eyes, but didn't press further. I knew she could tell something was off, but I wasn't ready to talk about it. Not today. More guests started arriving, and soon our home was filled with chatter and laughter. I played the part of the happy mom-to-be, accepting congratulations and admiring baby clothes and stuffed animals. But I kept glancing at Mark, who seemed more interested in his phone than the party. Well, if it isn't my little girl all grown up, a familiar, gruff voice said. I turned to see my dad, David, walking in with a huge gift box. Dad, you made it, I said, giving him a hug. He awkwardly patted my back. Wouldn't miss it for the world, sweetie. Now, where's that son-in-law of mine? I cringed a little inside. Dad never fully approved of Mark, and their conversations were always tense. He's over there, Dad. Please, be nice, I said. Dad grunted and walked over to Mark. I watched nervously as they exchanged stiff handshakes and forced smiles. Claire appeared beside me, handing me a glass of sparkling cider. Your dad's still giving Mark a hard time, huh? I sighed. Some things never change. I just wish they'd get along, you know? For the baby's sake, if nothing else. Speaking of the baby, Claire said, her tone shifting, have you and Mark talked about your financial situation? I felt my face flush. Our growing debts had been a constant source of stress, especially with Mark's recent pay cut. We're working on it, I mumbled. Claire gave my arm a sympathetic squeeze. You know I'm here if you need anything, right? I nodded, grateful for her friendship, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was holding something back. Before I could ask, Mark's voice cut through the chatter. All right, everyone. Time for some baby shower games. As I watched my friends and family gather around, laughing and chatting, a mix of emotions washed over me, joy for the baby I was bringing into the world, anxiety about our uncertain future, and a deep longing for the closeness Mark and I used to share. I placed a hand on my belly and felt a soft kick. No matter what challenges lay ahead, I knew one thing for sure, I would love this baby with all my heart. Maybe, just maybe, this new life would bring Mark and me closer again. Little did I know, the baby shower was just the beginning of a journey that would test everything, my relationships, my marriage, and even my own identity. The room buzzed with laughter and conversation as we moved on to the gift opening. I sat in a chair decorated with pastel ribbons, surrounded by presents. I felt both excited and uneasy. Mark stood beside me, his hand resting lightly on my shoulder, but his eyes kept drifting to his phone. All right, everyone. Gather round, my dad's booming voice cut through the noise. It's time for a toast to the parents-to-be. I felt a knot form in my stomach. Dad had that look in his eye, the one that always meant trouble. He raised his glass, and the room fell silent. To my beautiful daughter, Hannah, he began, his voice filled with emotion. I've watched you grow into an amazing woman, and I know you'll be an incredible mother. I felt a bit comforted by my dad's kind words, but then his tone changed, turning cold as he looked at Mark. "And to my son-in-law, Mark," he began. "I had such high hopes for you. I trusted you with my daughter's heart." The room grew tense. My heart started racing, and I gripped the arms of my chair. "But it seems I was wrong about you," Dad continued, his voice full of anger. "You see, folks, our Mark here hasn't been busy with work like he's been saying, he's been busy with another woman." Gasps filled the room. I felt all the blood drain from my face. I turned to look at Mark, who had gone pale, his eyes wide with guilt and shock. "Dad, what are you talking about?" I managed to say, my voice shaking. But my dad wasn't done. With a dramatic gesture, he pulled out a stack of papers from his jacket. "I have proof," he said. "Text messages, photos, hotel receipts, all right here for everyone to see." He began handing out copies to the stunned guests. I watched in horror as my friends and family read the private details of my husband's supposed betrayal. "How could you?" I whispered to Mark, tears filling my eyes. Mark stammered, "Hannah, it's not what it looks like. I can explain." But his words felt empty. I looked around the room and saw pity and shock on everyone's faces. Then I noticed Claire, and my heart sank even further. She wouldn't meet my eyes, her face full of guilt and conflict. Had she known all along? "Get out," I whispered to Mark, barely able to speak. "Hannah, please," he begged. I said, "Get out," I shouted, surprising even myself with the anger in my voice. Mark slunk out of the room, and murmurs of shock and sympathy filled the air. My mother rushed to my side, trying to comfort me, but I shrugged her off. I turned on my father, fury replacing my shock. "How could you do this? How dare you turn my baby shower into a spectacle like this?" Dad looked surprised. "Sweetie, I did this for you. You deserve to know the truth." "The truth?" I laughed bitterly. "The truth is, you've always hated Mark. You've been waiting for the perfect moment to ruin everything." "Hannah, that's not fair," Claire finally spoke up. "Your dad was just trying to protect you." I rounded on her. "And you? Did you know about this? Is that why you've been acting so strange lately?" Claire's silence said it all. I felt another wave of betrayal wash over me. "Everyone, please leave," I said, my voice shaking. "The party's over." As the guests slowly filed out, murmuring apologies and offering support, I sat alone in the chair, surrounded by half-opened gifts and the scattered evidence of my shattered life. My father approached, his face a mix of concern and defiance. "Hannah, I know you're upset, but don't." I cut him off. "Just don't, Dad, you've done enough." Left alone in the aftermath of the chaos, I placed a hand on my swollen belly. My baby kicked, almost as if sensing the turmoil. "It's just you and me now, little one," I whispered, tears streaming down my face. "What are we going to do?" As reality set in, a flood of emotions overwhelmed me: anger at Mark for his betrayal, fury at my dad for humiliating me in front of everyone, disappointment in Claire for keeping secrets, and a deep sense of loneliness. But beneath all the pain, there was something else, a small flicker of relief. I made a decision. I wouldn't let this destroy me. For my baby's sake and for myself, I would find a way through this mess. Little did I know, the revelations of that day were just the beginning. The coming weeks would challenge me in ways I never imagined, forcing me to face hard truths about my relationships, my marriage, and even myself. The days after the baby shower blurred together in a fog of tears and sleepless nights. I shut myself off, ignoring calls and messages from concerned friends and family. The only comfort I had was the constant movement of my baby, a reminder that I had to keep going, no matter how broken I felt. One afternoon, as I sat on the couch, I heard voices drifting through the open window. It was Claire, talking quietly to someone outside. I should have told her sooner. I heard Claire's voice tremble. "I saw Mark with that woman weeks ago. I just didn't want to be the one to break her heart." My own heart clenched. Even my best friend had betrayed me. I wanted to scream, to confront her, but I was too numb, too exhausted by the constant wave of betrayals. Days turned into weeks, and I knew I couldn't hide forever, especially with a baby on the way. I needed to face reality, so I called Mark. He arrived looking worn out, dark circles under his eyes. As soon as he saw me, he broke down. "Hannah, I'm so sorry," he sobbed. "I made a terrible mistake. I never meant to hurt you." I listened as he poured out his regrets, explaining how he felt stressed and unappreciated, but his words felt empty. Nothing he said could take away the pain he had caused. I want to try and fix this, Mark pleaded. For us, for the baby, we could go to counseling. I nodded, not because I forgave him, but because I felt we needed to try, at least for the sake of our child. As we talked, Mark's phone kept buzzing. He tried to ignore it, but I could see the worry in his eyes. What's going on, Mark? I asked, suddenly on edge. Is there something else you're hiding? He hesitated before sighing. It's work. There's a deal I've been working on. It was supposed to be a big break for us, but things have gone wrong. We might be in some financial trouble. Another blow, another secret. It felt like my world was falling apart again. Get out, I said quietly. I need time to think. As Mark left, I felt a swirl of emotions, anger, but also a growing sense of resolve. I couldn't live like this anymore, surrounded by lies. The next day, I called my father. The conversation was tense, filled with long silences. I thought I was protecting you, he finally said. I couldn't stand seeing that man hurt you. But you hurt me too, Dad, I replied, my voice shaking. You took away my choice. You humiliated me in front of everyone. He didn't have an answer for that. As we ended the call, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. I had finally spoken my truth, and now I could begin to heal. Hannah's journey through betrayal and self-discovery has come to an end, but now we turn to you. If you were in Hannah's position, would you give your marriage another chance after such a public betrayal, or would you walk away? Consider her situation, a baby on the way, financial troubles, and the involvement of family and friends. What would you do? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Your perspective could help others in similar situations. If you found Hannah's story compelling, please like this video. It helps us reach more people who may benefit from these discussions. And if you want more content exploring relationships and personal growth, hit that subscribe button. Your support means everything to us and helps our channel grow. Remember, every view, like, and comment helps build a community where we can openly talk about life's toughest moments. Thank you for being part of this conversation.
I stared at Jake across our kitchen table, my hands trembling as I clutched my coffee mug. The silence between us was deafening, broken only by the steady ticking of the clock on the wall. 10 years of marriage, and it had come to this. I don't understand, I finally managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. Where is this coming from, Jake? He wouldn't meet my eyes, instead focusing on a spot just over my shoulder. I'm sorry, Sarah. I can't do this anymore. We've grown apart, and I think it's time we both moved on. The words hit me like a physical blow. Moved on? Jake, we haven't even tried to fix things. We could go to counseling, take a vacation, anything. Jake shook his head, his expression hardening. It's too late for that. I've made up my mind. I want a divorce. I felt the room spinning around me. This couldn't be happening. Just last week, we'd been planning our summer vacation. How had everything fallen apart so quickly? Is there someone else? The question slipped out before I could stop it. Jake's eyes widened for a split second before he schooled his features. No, of course not. This is about us, Sarah. It's just not working anymore. But I saw it. That flicker of guilt in his eyes. My stomach churned as the realization hit me. There was someone else. You're lying, I said, my voice growing stronger. I can see it on your face, Jake. Who is she? He stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over his chair. I'm not having this conversation. I'll be staying at a hotel for a few days while I figure things out. We can talk about the details of the separation later. I watched in stunned silence as he grabbed his keys and headed for the door. Just before he left, he turned back to me, his expression a mixture of guilt and determination. I'm sorry, Sarah, I really am, but this is for the best. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and I was left alone in the sudden, oppressive silence of our home. Our home. The thought sent a fresh wave of pain through me. I don't know how long I sat there staring at the empty chair across from me. Minutes or hours could have passed before the shrill ring of my phone jolted me back to reality. With shaking hands, I answered it. Hello? Sarah, it's Riley. I just saw Jake leaving your place with a suitcase. What's going on? I took a deep breath, trying to steady my voice. He wants a divorce, Riley. He just told me and then left. What? Riley's voice rose in pitch. That bastard! I'm coming over right now. Don't you dare move a muscle, you hear me? Before I could protest, she had hung up. I set the phone down and buried my face in my hands, finally letting the tears flow freely. By the time Riley arrived, bursting through the front door without bothering to knock, I had managed to pull myself together somewhat. She took one look at me and enveloped me in a fierce hug. "Oh, honey," she murmured. "I'm so sorry. What happened?" I recounted the conversation with Jake, my voice breaking as I reached the end. "And the worst part is, I think there's someone else. He denied it, but I could see it in his eyes, Riley. He's been lying to me." Riley's expression darkened. "That son of a..." "Okay, here's what we're gonna do. First, we're gonna open that bottle of wine I know you've been saving. Then, we're going to figure out exactly what that lying snake has been up to." As Riley bustled around my kitchen, pulling out glasses and uncorking the wine, I felt a small spark of something other than despair. Anger, maybe, or determination. Whatever it was, I clung to it like a lifeline. "Riley," I said, my voice steadier than it had been all day, "I need to know the truth. Will you help me find out what Jake's really been doing?" Riley turned to me, a fierce glint in her eye. "Honey, you just try and stop me. We're going to get to the bottom of this. And then we're going to make sure Jake regrets the day he ever thought about betraying you." As I took the glass of wine she offered, I realized that this was just the beginning. My life as I knew it had ended today, but a new chapter was about to start, one way or another. The morning after Jake left, I woke up with a pounding headache and a hollow feeling in my chest. Riley was sprawled on the couch, snoring softly. I padded into the kitchen, desperate for coffee, when my phone buzzed. A text from Jake. "We need to talk about the house. Can we meet later?" My hands shook as I typed a reply. "Fine, 2 p.m. at the cafe on Main." Riley stumbled into the kitchen, her hair a mess. "How you holding up, sweetie?" I showed her the text. "I don't know if I can face him, Riley." She squeezed my shoulder. "You can, and you will, but first we need a plan." We spent the next hour plotting. Riley insisted we needed proof of Jake's affair before confronting him. "Men like Jake always deny everything," she said, her voice bitter with experience. "We need hard evidence." At 1:45, I walked into the cafe, my stomach in knots. Jake was already there, looking annoyingly put together. He stood when he saw me, his face a mask of concern. "Sarah," I held up a hand. "Save it, Jake. Let's just get this over with." We sat in awkward silence stretching between us. Jake cleared his throat. "I think we should sell the house, split the proceeds." I stared at him, incredulous. "The house my grandmother left me? The one we've lived in for 8 years? You can't be serious." He had the decency to look uncomfortable. "It's the fairest way, Sarah. We both invested in renovations." "With my inheritance money," I snapped. "No, Jake. The house stays with me. You can have the cabin up north." His eyes widened. "But that was my dream retirement spot." "Well, dreams change, don't they?" I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. "Just like how you changed your mind about our marriage." As I stormed out, I heard him call after me, but I didn't look back. My phone buzzed again as I reached my car. Another text from Jake. "I'm sorry. Can we please talk about this rationally?" I ignored it, dialing Riley instead. "You were right," I said when she answered. "He's trying to take the house." Riley's voice was steel. "That's it. We're calling in the big guns. My cousin's a private investigator. He'll find out what Jake's really up to." "I don't know, Riley. Isn't that a bit extreme?" "Honey, he's trying to take your grandmother's house. Nothing's too extreme now." I hesitated, then made a decision. "Okay, do it." That evening, Riley's cousin Mark came over. He was all business, asking pointed questions about Jake's habits, schedule, and recent behavior. "Any new hobbies?" he asked. "Changes in routine?" I thought hard. "He started going to the gym more. Said he wanted to get in shape for our anniversary trip to Hawaii." Mark nodded, making notes. "And how often does he work late?" "At least twice a week now. He says the firm's busy with a big case." Riley snorted. "Yeah, right. The only case he's working on is how to hide his affair." Mark held up a hand. "Let's not jump to conclusions. I'll tail him for a few days, see what turns up." As he left, I felt a mix of relief and dread. What if Jake really was cheating? Could I handle the truth? Riley must have sensed my unease. She pulled me into a hug. "Whatever happens, I've got your back. We'll get through this together." I nodded, fighting back tears. "Thanks, Riley. I don't know what I'd do without you." Just then my phone rang. It was my mother, Grace. "Sarah, honey, I just ran into Jake at the grocery store. He looked awful. What's going on?" I took a deep breath. It was time to tell her everything. As I recounted the events of the past 2 days, I could hear the shock in her voice. "Oh, sweetheart," she said when I finished. "I'm coming over right now. You shouldn't be alone." As I hung up, I felt a strange mix of emotions: anger at Jake, gratitude for Riley and my mom, and a growing determination to uncover the truth, no matter how painful it might be. Riley squeezed my hand. "Ready for whatever comes next?" I nodded, my jaw set, ready as I'll ever be. The doorbell rang just as Riley and I were finishing our second bottle of wine. My mother, Grace, swept in, her silver hair perfectly coiffed despite the late hour. She took one look at me and pulled me into a fierce hug. "Oh, sweetheart," she murmured, "I'm so sorry you're going through this." I clung to her, inhaling the familiar scent of her perfume. For a moment, I felt like a little girl again, safe in my mother's arms. But reality came crashing back as we settled in the living room. "So," Grace said, her eyes sharp, "tell me everything." I recounted the whole sordid tale: Jake's sudden announcement, the suspicion of an affair, and our plan to hire a private investigator. With each word, my mother's expression grew darker. "Sarah," she said when I finished, "I know you're hurting, but are you sure this is the best way to handle things?" Riley bristled. "What do you mean? Jake's clearly cheating. We need proof." Grace held up a hand. "I understand the impulse, believe me. But revenge isn't the answer. Trust me, I've been where you are." I stared at her, shocked. "What? Mom, you and Dad were married for 40 years before he passed. What are you talking about?" She sighed, suddenly looking every bit her 63 years. "Your father wasn't my first husband, Sarah. I was married briefly in my 20s to a man named Robert. He did exactly what Jake's doing to you." The room fell silent as I processed this bombshell. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" "It was a painful chapter in my life," Grace said softly. "I wanted to forget it. But now, seeing you go through the same thing, I think it's time I shared what I learned." She leaned forward, taking my hands in hers. "I was so angry when I found out about Robert's affair. I wanted to destroy him, to make him feel as hurt as I did. But you know what? All that anger and bitterness, it only hurt me in the end." Riley scoffed. "So what, Sarah's just supposed to let Jake walk all over her?" "No," Grace said firmly. "She needs to stand up for herself. Absolutely. But there's a difference between protecting yourself and seeking revenge. One heals you, the other keeps the wound open." I felt torn. Part of me wanted to listen to my mother's wisdom, but another part craved the satisfaction of catching Jake red-handed. "What did you do?" I asked hesitantly. Grace smiled sadly. "I focused on myself. I went back to school, made new friends, built a life I was proud of. And you know what? That was the best revenge of all. Robert's affair stopped mattering because I had moved on to something better." As her words sank in, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe there was a way through this that didn't involve sinking to Jake's level. But before I could respond, my phone buzzed. It was Mark, Riley's PI cousin. My heart raced as I answered. "Sarah? I've got something you need to see. Can you meet me tomorrow morning?" I agreed, my mouth dry. As I hung up, I caught sight of myself in the mirror. Pale, disheveled, eyes red from crying and drinking. Was this really who I wanted to be? Grace seemed to read my thoughts. "Whatever that PI found, remember that you have a choice in how you respond. You're stronger than you know, Sarah. Don't let Jake's actions define you." I nodded, feeling a strange mix of anticipation and dread. Tomorrow would bring answers, but were they answers I truly wanted? As Grace and Riley argued about the merits of confrontation versus taking the high road, I slipped out onto the porch. The cool night air cleared my head a bit. I stared up at the stars, remembering all the nights Jake and I had spent out here, planning our future. How had it all gone so wrong? My phone buzzed again. Another text from Jake. "Can we talk? Please?" I hesitated, my finger hovering over the reply button. Whatever Mark had found, whatever Jake had done, I knew one thing for certain. After tomorrow, nothing would ever be the same again. I met Mark at a small diner on the outskirts of town, my stomach churning with anxiety. He was already there, a thick manila envelope on the table in front of him. "Sarah," he greeted me solemnly, "I want you to prepare yourself. What I found, it's not pretty." With trembling hands, I opened the envelope. Inside were photos. Dozens of them, Jake with a young woman, laughing over dinner, walking hand in hand in the park, kissing outside an apartment building I didn't recognize. "Her name is Lily," Mark said gently. She's 23, works as a paralegal at Jake's firm. The world tilted on its axis. I knew Jake had been distant, but this was a full-blown affair, right under my nose. There's more, Mark continued, his voice hesitant. I followed the money trail. Jake's been siphoning funds from your joint account into a separate one. It looks like he's been planning this for months. I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. Not only was Jake cheating, but he was also stealing from me. The betrayal cut deep, leaving me raw and bleeding. I need air, I gasped, stumbling out of the diner. Outside, I leaned against the wall, gulping in deep breaths. My phone buzzed, another text from Jake. Sarah, please, we need to talk. I can explain everything. Anger surged through me, hot and fierce. Before I could think better of it, I hit the call button. Explain, I hissed when he answered. Explain how you've been screwing your 23-year-old paralegal, or how you've been stealing money from our account. Jake's sharp intake of breath was audible. How did you? It doesn't matter how I know, I cut him off. What matters is that I do. It's over, Jake. Don't bother coming home. I'll have your things sent to your little girlfriend's place. I hung up, my whole body shaking. Part of me wanted to break down and cry, but a stronger part, a part I barely recognized, was filled with a cold, determined fury. I drove to Riley's place in a daze. She took one look at my face and pulled me inside. He did it, didn't he? She asked softly. That bastard actually cheated. I nodded, collapsing onto her couch, with a girl barely out of college. And he's been stealing money, Riley, planning his escape for months. Riley's face darkened with rage. I'll kill him. I swear to God, I'll. No, I interrupted, surprising myself with the steel in my voice. No, we're not going to do anything rash. We're going to be smart about this. Riley raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I took a deep breath, my mother's words echoing in my mind. I mean, we're not going to sink to his level, but we're not going to let him walk all over me either. I want what's rightfully mine, and I want him to face the consequences of his actions. A slow smile spread across Riley's face. Now that's the Sarah I know and love. What's the plan? I pulled out my phone, scrolling through my contacts. First, I'm calling the best divorce lawyer in town. Then, we're going to the bank to freeze our joint accounts. And after that, I paused, a mix of determination and fear coursing through me. After that, I'm going to confront Jake and this Lily person, face to face. Riley squeezed my hand. Are you sure? That's going to be tough. I nodded, my jaw set. I'm sure. I need to look them both in the eye. I need them to see that they haven't broken me. As I dialed the lawyer's number, I felt a strange sense of calm settle over me. The life I had known was over, shattered by Jake's betrayal. But from the ashes, a new Sarah was emerging, stronger, fiercer, and ready to fight for her future. Hello, is this Caroline Hernandez? My name is Sarah Mitchell, and I need your help with a divorce case. It's complicated. As I began to explain my situation to the lawyer, I caught Riley's approving nod. Whatever came next, I knew I wasn't facing it alone. And for the first time since Jake dropped his bombshell, I felt a flicker of hope for the future. My hands shook as I dialed Jake's number. After days of avoiding his calls, I was finally ready to confront him. The phone rang once, twice, and then, Sarah? Jake's voice was a mixture of relief and apprehension. I've been trying to reach you. We need to talk about your affair with Lily? I cut in, my voice ice cold. Or about how you've been stealing money from our joint account. The silence on the other end was deafening. When Jake finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. How did you find out? That doesn't matter, I snapped. What matters is that I know everything, Jake. Every single thing. I heard him take a shaky breath. Sarah, I can explain. Save it, I interrupted. I don't want to hear your excuses. What I want is for you to meet me tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the coffee shop on Main Street. We're going to discuss the separation of our assets, and you're going to agree to my terms. Your terms. Jake's voice rose an octave. Sarah, be reasonable. We can work this out. Work what out, Jake? I felt my anger bubbling over. How you betrayed me. How you lied to my face for months. How you were planning to leave me high and dry. How it wasn't like that, he protested weakly. Then what was it like? I demanded. Enlighten me, Jake. Tell me how sleeping with your 23-year-old paralegal and stealing our money was all just a big misunderstanding. The line went quiet again. When Jake spoke, his voice was resigned. Okay, Sarah. I'll meet you tomorrow, but please, can we keep this civil? For old time's sake? I laughed bitterly. Civil? You lost the right to ask for civility when you decided to cheat on me. Be there at 2 p.m. sharp, or I'll let my lawyer do all the talking from now on. I hung up before he could respond, my heart pounding. Riley, who had been sitting beside the whole time, gave my hand a squeeze. You did great, she said softly. He didn't know what hit him. I nodded, feeling a strange mix of satisfaction and sadness. I just hope I can keep it together when I see him face to face tomorrow. The next day, I arrived at the coffee shop early, my lawyer's advice ringing in my ears. Stay calm, stick to the facts, and don't let him manipulate you emotionally. Jake walked in at 2 p.m. on the dot, looking haggard and unkempt. For a moment, I felt a pang of sympathy, but I quickly squashed it down. Sarah, he said, sliding into the seat across from me. Before we start, I just want to say how sorry I am. Save it, I cut him off. I'm not here for apologies. I'm here to discuss our divorce. Jake flinched at the word divorce, but nodded. Okay, what are your terms? I pulled out a folder and slid it across the table. It's all laid out here. I keep the house. It was my grandmother's after all. We split our savings 60-40 in my favor, considering the money you've already taken, and I want alimony for 2 years to help me get back on my feet. Jake's face paled as he scanned the document. Sarah, this is too much. You can't expect me to agree to all this. I leaned forward, my voice low and steady. I can, and I do. Because if you don't, Jake, I'll take this to court. I'll tell everyone, your colleagues, your clients, your family, exactly what you did, how you cheated, how you stole. Do you really want that? He stared at me, shock evident in his eyes. You wouldn't. Try me, I challenged, surprised by my own boldness. For a long moment we sat in tense silence. Then slowly, Jake reached for a pen. Where do I sign? He asked, his voice hollow. As I watched him sign the papers, I felt a strange mix of triumph and sorrow. This was it. The end of our marriage, the beginning of my new life. I hope she's worth it, I said softly as Jake stood to leave. He paused, looking back at me with pain-filled eyes. No one's worth losing you, Sarah. I see that now. As he walked away, I sat there, the signed papers in front of me, facing an uncertain future. But for the first time in days, I felt a glimmer of hope. Whatever came next, I knew I was strong enough to face it. I sat in my mother's sunlit kitchen, clutching a mug of tea that had long since gone cold. The signed divorce papers lay on the table between us, a stark reminder of how much my life had changed in just a few short weeks. You did the right thing, Sarah, Grace said softly, reaching across to squeeze my hand. I know it doesn't feel like it now, but this is the first step towards healing. I nodded, unable to find words. The confrontation with Jake had left me feeling hollow, victorious, yet somehow defeated at the same time. I just keep wondering, I finally managed. What if I had fought harder for our marriage? What if I had noticed the signs earlier? Grace's eyes flashed with a mix of sympathy and determination. Sarah, listen to me. Jake's choices are not your fault. You can't blame yourself for his betrayal. But, no buts, she interrupted firmly. Now it's time to focus on you. What do you want for yourself, Sarah? Not what Jake wanted, not what society expects, but what do you truly want? The question caught me off guard. For so long, my life had revolved around Jake. Our marriage, our shared dreams. Who was I without all of that? I don't know, I admitted, feeling lost. Grace smiled gently. That's okay. Finding yourself again after a betrayal like this takes time. But it's also an opportunity, Sarah. A chance to rediscover your passions, to build the life you've always wanted. As her words sank in, I felt a spark of something I hadn't experienced in a long time. Hope. You're right, I said, straightening up. I've spent too long living for Jake. It's time I started living for myself. Just then, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Riley. Turn on the news. Now! Frowning, I reached for the remote and flipped on the kitchen TV. What I saw made my blood run cold. Jake's face filled the screen, looking haggard and remorseful. The ticker at the bottom read, Local lawyer admits to embezzlement, affair with junior associate. Oh my God, I whispered, turning up the volume. Jake's voice crackled through the speakers. I want to publicly apologize to my wife, Sarah, and to all those I've hurt with my actions. I've made terrible mistakes, and I'm prepared to face the consequences. The reporter took over, explaining that Jake had turned himself in, admitting to embezzling funds from his law firm to finance his affair with Lily, who was also implicated in the scandal. I felt the room spinning around me. This was so much bigger than I had realized. The affair, the stolen money. It wasn't just about our marriage anymore. Jake's entire career, his reputation, everything was crumbling. "Sarah?" Grace's concerned voice broke through my shock. "Are you okay?" I shook my head, trying to clear it. I don't know. This is all so much. What do I do now?" Before Grace could answer, my phone rang. It was Caroline, my lawyer. "Sarah, I assume you've seen the news," she said without preamble. "This changes things. Jake's admission of guilt strengthens our position considerably. We could push for a much more favorable settlement now." I listened numbly as Caroline outlined our options, my mind reeling. Part of me wanted to seize this opportunity, to make Jake pay for every ounce of pain he'd caused me. But another part remembered the broken man I'd seen in the coffee shop, the husband I'd once loved. "Sarah?" Caroline's voice cut through my thoughts. "What do you want to do?" Thus, I looked at Grace, who was watching me with a mixture of concern and pride. Her earlier words echoed in my mind. "What do you truly want?" In that moment, I realized I was standing at a crossroads. The path I chose now would define not just the outcome of my divorce, but the kind of person I wanted to be moving forward. "I need some time to think," I told Caroline, my voice steadier than I felt. "Can you give me until tomorrow to decide?" As I hung up, I met my mother's gaze, feeling the weight of the decision before me. "Mom," I said softly, "I think I need your advice now more than ever." Grace nodded, her eyes full of understanding. "Of course, sweetheart. Let's figure this out together." As we settled in for a long conversation, I knew that whatever I decided, it would be a choice that I could live with, not just for now, but for the rest of my life. My heart pounded as I stood outside Jake's office building, Riley and Mark, the private investigator, flanking me. Despite my mother's advice to take the high road, I couldn't shake the need for closure, for answers. Jake's public confession had only intensified my resolve. "Are you sure about this, Sarah?" Riley asked, her voice tinged with concern. I nodded, steeling myself. "I need to do this, for me." We entered the building, the receptionist's eyes widening as she recognized me. "Mrs. Mitchell, it's Miss Thompson now," I corrected her, my voice steady. "I'm here to see Jake." She hesitated, then nodded, buzzing us through. As we approached Jake's office, I heard raised voices. One I recognized as Jake's, the other younger, female, Lily. "You promised me everything would be okay," Lily was saying, her voice trembling. "Now my career is ruined and it's all your fault." I pushed the door open without knocking. Jake and Lily froze, their faces a mixture of shock and guilt. "Sarah," Jake breathed, his face paling. "What are you doing here?" I stepped forward, my gaze moving between them. "I came for the truth, Jake, all of it. No more lies, no more half-truths." Lily's eyes widened as she looked at me, then back at Jake. You're his wife? But you said you were divorced." The pieces clicked into place. "He told you we were already divorced?" I asked her, my voice softer than I expected. She nodded, tears welling in her eyes. "He said he was free to be with me, that we could start a new life together." I turned to Jake, anger and pity warring within me. "Is there anything you haven't lied about?" Jake slumped into his chair, looking utterly defeated. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I never meant for it to go this far. The affair, the embezzlement, it all spiraled out of control." Mark stepped forward, placing a folder on Jake's desk. "We have all the evidence here, Mr. Mitchell. Bank statements, hotel receipts, everything." Jake didn't even glance at the folder. "I know. That's why I turned myself in. I couldn't live with the guilt anymore." Lily let out a choked sob. "What about me, Jake? What am I supposed to do now?" I felt a sudden unexpected surge of sympathy for her. She was young, naive, manipulated by Jake just as I had been. "Lily," I said gently, "none of this is your fault. Jake lied to both of us." She looked at me, surprise evident in her tear-streaked face. "You don't hate me?" I shook my head. "No, we're both victims here." Jake stood up abruptly. "Sarah, please, I know I don't deserve it, but is there any way we can work this out? I'll do anything." "Stop!" I interrupted, holding up a hand. "It's too late for that, Jake. You've made your choices, and now we all have to live with the consequences." I turned to Riley and Mark. "I think we're done here. We have what we came for." As we turned to leave, Jake called out one last time. Sarah, I truly am sorry for everything. I paused at the door, looking back at the man I once loved, now a stranger to me. I know, Jake, but sometimes sorry isn't enough. We left the office, the weight of the confrontation settling over us. As we stepped out into the sunlight, I felt a strange mix of emotions: relief, sadness, and an unexpected sense of freedom. Riley squeezed my hand. You okay? I took a deep breath, realizing that for the first time in months, I actually was. Yeah, I think I am. It's over. Really over. As we walked away from the building, I felt like I was leaving behind more than just Jake and our failed marriage. I was leaving behind the old Sarah, the one who had lost herself in trying to be the perfect wife. Now, standing on the precipice of an uncertain future, I felt a glimmer of excitement. It was time to rediscover who I was, what I wanted, and the life I deserved. So, Riley said, a mischievous glint in her eye, what's next for the new and improved Sarah Thompson? I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in years. I don't know yet, but I can't wait to find out. 6 months after the confrontation with Jake, I stood in front of the mirror, barely recognizing the woman staring back at me. Gone was the defeated, heartbroken shell I'd become. In her place stood someone stronger, more confident, with a spark in her eyes that had been missing for far too long. The divorce was finalized last week, and today marked a new beginning. I was hosting a small gathering, a rebirth party, as Riley had dubbed it, to celebrate my fresh start. As I put the finishing touches on my makeup, the doorbell rang. My mother's voice floated up the stairs. I'll get it, Sarah? I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. This wasn't just a party. It was a statement, a declaration of my independence and my determination to move forward. Downstairs, I found Riley and my mother chatting animatedly. They both turned as I entered, their faces lighting up. Oh, sweetheart, Grace said, her eyes misty. You look radiant, Riley whistled. Hot damn, girl! If I wasn't already married... I laughed, feeling a warmth spread through me. These two women had been my rocks, my support system through the darkest days of my life. I couldn't imagine having made it through without them. As more guests arrived, colleagues, friends, even a few of Jake's family members who had chosen to stand by me, I felt a sense of surrealism. Was this really my life now? Midway through the evening, Riley clinked her glass, calling for attention. I'd like to propose a toast, she announced. To Sarah, the strongest, most resilient woman I know. You've been through hell and come out shining. Here's to new beginnings. A chorus of, to Sarah, echoed through the room. I felt tears pricking at my eyes, overwhelmed by the love and support surrounding me. As the party wound down, I found myself on the back porch, gazing up at the stars. My mother joined me, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. I'm so proud of you, she said softly. You've handled this with such grace and dignity. I leaned into her embrace. I learned from the best, Mom. Thank you for showing me how to be strong. We stood in comfortable silence for a moment before Grace spoke again. You know, Sarah, life has a funny way of surprising us. Just when we think we've lost everything, we often find ourselves. Her words struck a chord deep within me. She was right. Through all the pain and betrayal, I had rediscovered parts of myself I thought were long gone. I had found strength I never knew I possessed. Just then my phone buzzed. It was a text from Jake. I hope your party went well. I truly am sorry for everything. I hope one day you can forgive me. I stared at the message, a complex mix of emotions swirling within me. Anger, hurt, and surprisingly a hint of pity. Jake had lost everything, his job, his reputation, and yes, me. But I had gained so much more than I had lost. With a small smile, I typed out a reply. Thank you, Jake. I hope you find peace. Then, after a moment's hesitation, I added, I forgive you. As I hit send, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. Forgiveness wasn't about excusing Jake's actions. It was about freeing myself from the burden of anger and resentment. I turned to my mother, feeling lighter than I had in years. You're right, Mom. Life does surprise us. And I think I'm finally ready for whatever surprises come next. Grace smiled, her eyes shining with pride and love. That's my girl. Now shall we rejoin your party? I believe Riley mentioned something about karaoke. Laughing, I linked my arm through hers. As we walked back into the house, filled with the warmth of friendship and the excitement of new possibilities, I knew that this wasn't just an ending. It was a beginning, my beginning, and for the first time in a long time, I couldn't wait to see what the future held. The Sarah who had started this journey, broken and lost, was gone. In her place stood a woman who had faced her worst fears, confronted betrayal, and emerged stronger for it. Whatever life threw at me next, I was ready. After all, I had survived the worst, and found myself in the process. I smoothed down Alice's pink tulle dress, my heart swelling with pride as she twirled in front of the mirror. "You look like a princess, sweetheart," I said, planting a kiss on her forehead. "Mommy, when's Daddy coming home?" Alice asked, her big brown eyes full of excitement. I glanced at the clock. "Any minute now, sweetie. He promised he'd be here for your special day." As if on cue, the front door opened. "Where's my birthday girl?" Evan's voice boomed through the house. Alice squealed and ran out of the room. I followed, plastering on a smile. Things had been tense between Evan and me lately, but I was determined to make today perfect for our daughter. I found them in the living room, Evan swinging Alice in his arms. He set her down and turned to me, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "Rachel, can we talk for a minute?" My stomach clenched. "Now? The guests will be here soon." "It's important," he insisted, leading me to the kitchen. I busied myself arranging cupcakes on a platter. "What is it, Evan?" He cleared his throat. I've been thinking a lot lately, about us, about our future." I froze, a cupcake halfway to the platter. "What do you mean?" "I'm not happy, Rachel. I haven't been for a while." The cupcake slipped from my fingers, landing frosting side down on the floor. "What are you saying?" Evan ran a hand through his hair. "I'm leaving you, for Brenda." The world tilted on its axis. "Brenda, your secretary?" He nodded, not meeting my eyes. "We've been seeing each other for months. I'm in love with her, Rachel." A hysterical laugh bubbled up in my throat. "In love? What about our family? What about Alice?" "I'll always be there for Alice," he said, "but I can't stay in this marriage anymore." The doorbell rang, startling us both. I could hear Alice's excited chatter as she ran to answer it. "You're telling me this now?" I hissed. "On our daughter's birthday?" Evan had the decency to look ashamed. "I'm sorry. I couldn't keep pretending anymore." I grabbed a dish towel, furiously wiping frosting from the floor. "Get out," I spat. "Go greet our guests and act like everything's fine. We'll deal with this later." He hesitated, then left the kitchen. I leaned against the counter, trying to catch my breath. How could this be happening? The next hour passed in a blur. I pasted on a smile, sang happy birthday, and watched Alice blow out her candles. All the while, my world was crumbling around me. As the last guest left, Alice tugged on my sleeve. "Mommy, can I open my presents now?" I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. We gathered in the living room, Alice's eyes wide with wonder as she tore into her gifts. Evan sat across from me, his discomfort palpable. I couldn't look at him without wanting to scream. "This one's from Grandma Mavis," Alice exclaimed, holding up an ornate music box. I stiffened. Evan's mother had never approved of me, always thinking her precious son could do better. Now it seemed she'd gotten her wish. "That's lovely, sweetheart," I managed. "Why don't you take your presents up to your room?" Once Alice was out of earshot, I turned to Evan. "How long have you been planning this?" he sighed. "Rachel, please, can't we discuss this later?" "No," I snapped. "You don't get to drop this bomb and then act like nothing's wrong. What about our vows? What about the life we built together?" Evan stood up. "I'm sorry, Rachel. I truly am. But I can't live a lie anymore." As he walked out of the room, leaving me alone with the remnants of our daughter's birthday party, one thought crystallized in my mind. I would make him regret this. No matter what it took, I would fight for my family and make Evan pay for destroying everything we had. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the photo album in my lap. The house was quiet. Alice was finally asleep after hours of tears and questions I couldn't answer. How could I explain to a 5-year-old that her daddy didn't love us anymore? My fingers traced the outline of Evan's face in our wedding photo. We looked so young, so full of hope. I remembered that day like it was yesterday. "I, Evan, take you, Rachel, to be my lawfully wedded wife," he had said, his voice strong and sure. "To have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse." For worse. I guess we were there now. I flipped the page, and a sob caught in my throat. There we were, standing in front of our first house. It wasn't much, a tiny starter home with peeling paint and a postage stamp yard, but it was ours. We'd spent weekends fixing it up, arguing over paint colors, and laughing as we hung crooked shelves. "We did it, Rach," Evan had said, wrapping his arms around me as we stood on the porch. Our own little piece of the American dream. The next photo made my heart ache. Me in the hospital, exhausted but radiant, holding newborn Alice. Evan beside me, looking at our daughter with such wonder and love. "She's perfect," he had whispered, "just like her mom." What had happened to that man? The one who promised to love me forever, who looked at our daughter like she hung the moon. A car door slammed outside, jolting me from my memories. I peered out the window to see Evan loading boxes into his SUV. Anger flared in my chest. How dare he? How dare he throw away everything we'd built? I stormed downstairs and out the front door. "What do you think you're doing?" I hissed, mindful of Alice sleeping upstairs. Evan startled, nearly dropping the box he was carrying. "Rachel, I thought you were asleep." "Clearly," I spat. "So you thought you'd just sneak out in the middle of the night?" He set the box down, running a hand through his hair, a nervous habit I once found endearing. "I didn't want to upset Alice any more than necessary." "Oh, how considerate of you," I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "And when exactly were you planning on telling her that Daddy's moving out?" Evan's face crumpled. "I'll talk to her tomorrow, I promise. I need some time to figure things out." "Figure things out?" I laughed bitterly. "Let me make it simple for you, Evan. You're abandoning your family for your secretary. There's nothing to figure out." He reached for me, but I stepped back. "Rachel, please. I never meant to hurt you or Alice. It's just, Brenda understands me in a way you never have." The words hit me like a physical blow. "And what about our vows? What about the life we planned together? Does none of that matter anymore?" "Of course it matters," Evan said, his voice low. "But people change, Rachel. We're not the same people we were 10 years ago." I shook my head, fighting back tears. "No, you're right. The Evan I married would never do this to his family." A light flicked on upstairs and we both froze. Alice's small voice drifted down. "Mommy? Daddy?" Evan looked at me, panic in his eyes. "I should go," he said, reaching for his car keys. "No," I said, grabbing his arm. "You don't get to run away from this. You're going to go up there and explain to your daughter why you're leaving." He hesitated, then nodded. As we climbed the stairs, I steeled myself for what was to come. This was just the beginning of the battle, I realized. And I would fight with everything I had to protect my daughter and the life we deserved. The shrill ring of the doorbell pierced the quiet morning. I groaned, pulling myself out of bed. It had been a week since Evan left, and I was running on fumes, trying to keep it together for Alice. I opened the door to find Mavis, Evan's mother, standing there with a pinched expression. "Rachel," she said, her voice as cold as the autumn air, "I think we need to talk." I stepped aside, letting her sweep past me into the house. "Alice is at school," I said, following her into the living room. Mavis perched on the edge of the sofa, her back ramrod straight. "I've spoken with Evan," she said without preamble. "He told me everything." I felt a flare of anger. Of course he had run to his mother. "And I'm sure you're thrilled," I said, unable to keep the bitterness from my voice. "You never thought I was good enough for your precious son." Her eyes narrowed. "Don't be dramatic, Rachel. I simply want what's best for Evan and Alice." "And you think breaking up our family is what's best?" I shot back. Mavis sighed, as if explaining something to a child. "Sometimes marriages don't work out. It's better for Alice to have two happy parents apart than miserable ones together." I clenched my fists, fighting to keep my temper in check. "We weren't miserable until your son decided to throw away his vows for some floozy at the office." "Brenda is a lovely woman," Mavis said, her tone clipped. "She makes Evan happy in a way you never could." The words hit me like a slap. I thought back to all the times I'd tried to win Mavis's approval. The dinner parties I'd hosted, the gifts I'd carefully chosen, the way I'd bitten my tongue when she criticized my parenting, all for nothing. "I want you to know," Mavis continued, "that I'll be supporting Evan in seeking joint custody of Alice." I felt the blood drain from my face. "What?" She stood, smoothing her impeccable skirt. "It's only fair. Alice needs her father in her life." "Her father walked out on us," I said, my voice shaking with rage. "He doesn't get to abandon his family and then waltz back in whenever he feels like it." Mavis's eyes flashed. I won't let you use my granddaughter as a pawn in your vindictive games, Rachel. Evan is a good father, and he has rights. I stepped closer, my anger finally boiling over. Rights? What about my rights? What about Alice's right to have a stable home? Evan gave up his rights when he chose his secretary over his family. You're being hysterical, Mavis said dismissively. This is exactly why Evan needs to protect himself, and Alice, from your emotional outbursts. I saw red. Get out, I hissed. Get out of my house right now. Mavis raised an eyebrow. This house belongs to Evan too, you know. You'd do well to remember that in the coming weeks. As she swept out the door, I felt a chill run down my spine. This wasn't just about Evan leaving anymore. This was war. I sank onto the couch, my mind racing. I needed a plan. I needed to protect Alice and secure our future. But how? My eyes fell on a framed photo of Evan and me from happier times. There was something in his expression, a glint in his eye that I'd missed before. Had he always been planning this? Had our entire marriage been a lie? Suddenly, I remembered something. Evan's private files, the ones he always kept locked away in his home office. If I was going to fight back, I needed ammunition. With shaking hands, I made my way to Evan's study. The lock on the file cabinet was easy enough to pick, a skill I'd learned in my Wilder college days and never thought I'd use again. As I rifled through the papers, my heart pounding, I froze. There, in black and white, was evidence of a secret bank account. An account with a balance that made my head spin. I clutched the papers to my chest, a mix of shock and determination coursing through me. Evan thought he could discard me like yesterday's trash. He and Mavis thought they could bully me into submission. Well, they were about to learn just how wrong they were. The gloves were coming off, and I was ready to fight dirty. I clutched the stack of financial documents to my chest, my mind reeling from what I'd discovered. Evan's secret bank account was just the tip of the iceberg. There were records of transactions, property deeds, and a name that kept appearing. Sunset Apartments. With shaking hands, I pulled up the address on my phone. It was only a 20-minute drive away. Before I could talk myself out of it, I was in the car, Alice safely at her afternoon playdate. The Sunset Apartments loomed before me, a sleek, modern building that screamed of luxury. My stomach churned as I parked across the street. What was I doing here? But I knew I couldn't turn back now. I approached the front desk, plastering on my best smile. Hi, I'm here to surprise my husband. We're thinking of moving in, and he wanted to check out the place first. The receptionist beamed. Oh, how lovely. What's the name? Evan Thompson, I said, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. She tapped at her computer. Ah, yes, apartment 507. Here's a visitor pass. Enjoy your tour. My legs felt like lead as I rode the elevator to the 5th floor. This was crazy. I shouldn't be here, but I had to know. I found 507 and hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. What if Evan was inside? What if Brenda was? Taking a deep breath, I tried the handle. It was unlocked. The apartment was immaculate, decorated in sleek grays and blues, Evan's favorite colors. My eyes fell on a framed photo on the coffee table. It was Evan and Brenda, arms wrapped around each other, laughing on some tropical beach. The timestamp showed it was taken 3 months ago, when Evan had told me he was on a business trip. Bile rose in my throat. I stumbled into the bedroom, where the evidence of their affair was impossible to ignore. Brenda's clothes hung in the closet next to Evan's. Her perfume sat on the dresser, and there on the nightstand was a velvet ring box. With trembling fingers, I opened it. The diamond inside was at least twice the size of my engagement ring. I sank onto the bed, my world spinning. How long had this been going on? How many lies had Evan told? And how could I have been so blind? A key turned in the lock and I froze. Panicked, I ducked into the walk-in closet, leaving the door cracked open. Evan's voice drifted in. I told you, Brenda. It's all taken care of. Rachel doesn't suspect a thing. But what about Alice? Brenda asked. Are you sure you want joint custody? It might be easier if we had a clean break. My blood ran cold. They were talking about my daughter as if she were a piece of furniture to be divided up. Of course I want custody, Evan said. Alice is my ticket to keeping Rachel in line. As long as I have a claim on her, Rachel won't dare fight me on the divorce settlement. I clamped a hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp. How could this be the man I married? The father of my child? You're so smart, baby, Brenda cooed. Now, why don't we celebrate? I've been thinking about you all day. I squeezed my eyes shut as I heard them fall onto the bed, their laughter and whispers cutting through me like knives. I don't know how long I stayed there, crouched in that closet, surrounded by the evidence of my husband's betrayal. But as I listened to them plan their future, my future, Alice's future, something inside me hardened. This wasn't just about a failed marriage anymore. This was about protecting my daughter from a man who saw her as nothing more than a bargaining chip. As I crept out of the apartment, my mind was made up. Evan thought he held all the cards. He was about to learn how wrong he was. I would fight with everything I had, and God help anyone who tried to stand in my way. I paced the living room, my nerves frayed to the breaking point. Evan would be here any minute to pick up Alice for their weekend together. My stomach churned at the thought of my daughter spending time in that apartment, with Brenda playing house. The doorbell rang, and I steeled myself. This ends now. Evan stood on the porch, all casual charm in his designer jeans and crisp button-down. "Hey, Rach, is Alice ready?" "We need to talk," I said, my voice steady despite the rage boiling inside me. "Now." His smile faltered. "Can't it wait? I promised Alice we'd go to the zoo." "No, it can't wait." I stepped aside, letting him in. "Alice is upstairs. This won't take long." Evan followed me to the kitchen, confusion etched on his face. "What's going on, Rachel? You're acting strange." I whirled on him, slamming the stack of papers I'd gathered on the counter. "Strange? You want to talk about strange, Evan? How about secretly renting a love nest for you and your mistress? How's that for strange?" The color drained from his face. "What are you talking about?" "Don't," I hissed. "Don't you dare lie to me. I know everything. The apartment, the secret bank account, your plans to use our daughter as a bargaining chip in the divorce." Evan's shock morphed into anger. "You followed me? You went through my things? That's a violation of my privacy." I laughed, the sound harsh and bitter. "Your privacy? What about my right to know that my husband is a lying, cheating bastard?" He ran a hand through his hair, his composure cracking. "It wasn't supposed to happen like this. I was going to tell you everything, I swear." "When?" I demanded. "After you and Brenda rode off into the sunset with half of our assets?" Evan's eyes narrowed. "You don't understand. Brenda and I, we have a connection, a passion, something you and I lost years ago." The casual cruelty of his words stung, but I refused to let him see how much he'd hurt me. "And that justifies throwing away our family? Using our daughter as a pawn in your sick games?" "I love Alice," he protested. "I would never use her." "I heard you, Evan," I spat. "In that apartment, you said Alice was your ticket to keeping me in line. How could you?" For a moment, genuine remorse flashed across his face. Then his jaw set. "Fine. You want the truth? Here it is. I'm not happy, Rachel. I haven't been for years. Brenda makes me feel alive again. And yes, I want a divorce." The words hit me like a physical blow, but I refused to crumble. "You'll get your divorce," I said, my voice ice cold. "But if you think I'm going to roll over and let you take my daughter, you've got another thing coming." Evan's eyes flashed. "Is that a threat?" "It's a promise," I replied. "I will fight you with everything I have, and when I'm done, you'll be lucky if you get to see Alice on holidays." He stepped closer, his voice low and dangerous. "You can't keep my daughter from me. I have rights." "Rights?" I laughed. "You gave up your rights when you decided to betray your family. Get out of my house, Evan. My lawyer will be in touch." For a moment, I thought he might argue. Then, without another word, he turned and stormed out. The front door slammed, and I heard his car peel out of the driveway. I sagged against the counter, the adrenaline draining from my body. What had I done? How had we come to this? "Mommy?" Alice's small voice came from the doorway. "Where's Daddy? Are we still going to the zoo?" I turned to my daughter, her innocent face a stark reminder of what was at stake. In that moment, I made a decision. No matter what it took, no matter how ugly things got, I would protect Alice. Evan and Brenda had no idea what they were up against. "Change of plans, sweetie," I said, forcing a smile. "How about you and I have a special day, just the two of us?" As Alice cheered, I began to plan my next move. The war had begun, and I intended to win. I drummed my fingers on the cafe table, checking my watch for the 10th time in as many minutes. The private investigator I'd hired, Jack Malone, was late. Every second felt like an eternity as I imagined what dirt he might have uncovered about Evan and Brenda. Finally, Jack slid into the seat across from me, a thick manila envelope in his hand. "Sorry I'm late, Mrs. Thompson. Traffic was a nightmare." "Did you find anything?" I asked, cutting straight to the chase. He nodded, his expression grim. "Oh, I found plenty. You might want to brace yourself." With trembling hands, I opened the envelope. Photos spilled out. Evan and Brenda at various locations, looking every bit the happy couple. But it was the documents underneath that made my blood run cold. Brenda Wilson, Jack explained, has quite the colorful past. 5 years ago, she was arrested for embezzlement, stole nearly $500,000 from her previous employer. I gasped. "How is that possible? Wouldn't that show up on a background check?" Jack leaned in, lowering his voice. "That's where it gets interesting. The charges were mysteriously dropped and the records sealed. It took some creative methods to uncover this information." My mind raced. How could Evan not know about this? Or did he know and simply not care? "There's more," Jack continued. "I've been tracking their financial activities. Large sums of money have been moving through that secret account you told me about. It looks like they're planning to leave the country." The world tilted on its axis. "What? When?" "Based on the travel arrangements I uncovered, within the next 2 weeks." My heart pounded. 2 weeks. They were planning to take Alice and disappear. "Mrs. Thompson," Jack said, his voice gentle, "there's something else you should know. It appears that some of the money being moved, well, it's coming from your joint accounts with Mr. Thompson." The betrayal hit me like a physical blow. Evan wasn't just leaving me. He was stealing from me, from Alice's future. "What do I do?" I whispered, feeling more lost than ever. Jack slid a business card across the table. "This is the contact information for Sarah Chen. She's the best divorce attorney in the state. With this evidence, she can help you secure your assets and full custody of your daughter." I clutched the card like a lifeline. "Thank you, Jack. You have no idea what this means to me." As I left the cafe, my phone buzzed with a text from Evan. "We need to talk about Alice's custody arrangement. Dinner tonight?" Anger surged through me. How dare he act so casual while plotting to steal our daughter away? I typed back, "Fine. 7 p.m. Our house." The hours crawled by as I prepared for the confrontation. I hid the evidence in my home office, not wanting to show my hand too soon. At 6:55, the doorbell rang. Evan stood on the porch, a bouquet of flowers in his hand. "Peace offering," he said with a sheepish smile. I wanted to slap that smile off his face. Instead, I led him to the dining room where I'd set out a simple meal. "Rachel," Evan began as we sat down, "I know things have been tense, but I really think we can work out an arrangement that's best for Alice." I stabbed at my salad, fighting to keep my composure. "And what arrangement would that be, Evan? The one where you and Brenda take her out of the country?" He froze, fork halfway to his mouth. "What are you talking about?" "Drop the act," I spat. "I know everything. The embezzlement, the secret accounts, your plans to leave. Did you really think you'd get away with it?" Evan's face hardened. "You had me investigated? That's low, Rachel, even for you." "Low?" I laughed bitterly. "You want to talk about low? How about stealing from your own family? Using our daughter as a pawn in your sick games?" He stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. "You don't understand. Brenda and I, we need a fresh start. Alice would have a better life with us, away from all this drama." I rose to meet him, fury coursing through my veins. "If you think I'm going to let you take my daughter, you're delusional. I will fight you with everything I have, Evan. And trust me, I have a lot more ammunition than you think." For a moment, I saw fear flicker in his eyes. Then his jaw set. "We'll see about that. My lawyer will be in touch." As he stormed out, slamming the door behind him, I sank back into my chair. The battle lines were drawn. I picked up my phone, my hands shaking as I dialed Sarah Chen's number. It was time to go to war. I stood on Mavis's pristine porch, my heart pounding. This was it, my last chance to make Evan's mother see reason before the custody hearing tomorrow. I took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. Mavis answered, her face a mask of cool disdain. "Rachel? What an unexpected surprise." "We need to talk," I said, pushing past her into the foyer. "It's about Evan and Brenda." She sighed, closing the door. "I thought we'd been through this. Evan's made his choice, and I support him." I whirled to face her. "Even if that choice is a convicted felon." Mavis's eyes widened. "What are you talking about?" I pulled out the file Jack had given me, spreading the documents on her antique sideboard. Brenda Wilson, arrested for embezzlement 5 years ago, $500,000, Mavis, and now she and Evan are planning to leave the country with my daughter. Mavis's hand flew to her throat. That's impossible. Evan would never. Wake up, I snapped. Your precious son has been lying to all of us. He's stolen money from our joint accounts. He's planning to kidnap Alice. Are you really going to stand by and let this happen? For a moment, I saw doubt flicker in Mavis's eyes. Then her jaw set. These could be fakes. You're clearly desperate, Rachel, making up wild stories to turn me against my son. I laughed bitterly. You think I'd make this up? Call your lawyer. Have them look into it, but do it fast, because the custody hearing is tomorrow, and I'm not letting Evan take my daughter. Mavis's face hardened. Get out of my house. I won't listen to these lies. Fine, I said, gathering the documents. But when this all comes crashing down, remember that I tried to warn you. As I stormed out, my phone buzzed. A text from Sarah Chen. Emergency. Evans filed for immediate custody transfer. Hearing moved up to 5 p.m. today. Get to the courthouse now. Panic surged through me. This couldn't be happening. I raced to my car, dialing Sarah as I peeled out of Mavis's driveway. What's going on? I demanded when she answered. Evan's lawyer is claiming you're unstable, Sarah explained. They're using your confrontation at dinner as evidence. We need to move fast. My mind raced. What about the evidence against Brenda? I'm working on getting it admitted, but it's going to be close. Just get here as soon as you can. I pushed the speed limit, praying I wouldn't get pulled over. As I neared the courthouse, my phone rang again. It was Alice's school. Mrs. Thompson? There's been an incident. A man claiming to be Alice's uncle tried to pick her up. We've called the police, but Alice is very upset. My blood ran cold. I'm on my way. Don't let anyone near her. I screeched into the school parking lot, running inside. Alice flew into my arms, sobbing. Mommy, a scary man tried to take me. I held her tight, my heart pounding. It's okay, baby. You're safe now. The principal approached, looking grave. Mrs. Thompson, the police want to speak with you. I nodded, my mind whirling. How could I be in 2 places at once? The custody hearing was in less than an hour, but I couldn't leave Alice. As if on cue, Mavis burst through the school doors. Rachel, I got your message. Is Alice all right? I stared at her, confused. My message? She held up her phone. About the attempted kidnapping. Rachel, I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you. Relief washed over me. Mavis, I need your help. Can you stay with Alice while I go to the courthouse? It's urgent. She nodded, determination in her eyes. Go. I'll keep her safe. As I raced back to my car, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, the tide was turning in my favor. But as I pulled up to the courthouse, I saw Evan and Brenda standing on the steps, looking smug. This was far from over. The real battle was just beginning. I stood in the courthouse hallway, my heart pounding as I waited for the judge's decision. The past few hours had been a whirlwind of accusations, evidence, and testimonies. Evan and his lawyer had painted me as an unstable, vindictive ex-wife. But Sarah Chen had been brilliant, systematically dismantling their arguments and presenting the evidence of Brenda's criminal past and Evan's financial deceit. The courtroom doors opened and Sarah emerged, her face unreadable. It's time, she said softly. I took a deep breath and followed her inside. Evan and Brenda sat at the opposite table, both looking tense. Mavis sat in the gallery behind them, her face a mask of conflicting emotions. The judge cleared his throat. After careful consideration of all evidence presented, I am ready to deliver my ruling. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles turning white. In the matter of custody for Alice Thompson, I hereby grant full custody to Rachel Thompson with supervised visitation rights for Evan Thompson. Relief washed over me like a tidal wave. I sagged against Sarah, tears streaming down my face. The judge continued, furthermore, in light of the evidence of financial misconduct, I am freezing all joint assets pending a full investigation. Mr. Thompson, you are also ordered to surrender your passport and are prohibited from leaving the state. Evan's face contorted with rage. He lunged to his feet, pointing at me. This is all your fault. You've ruined everything. Brenda tugged at his arm, hissing, Evan, stop. You're making it worse. But Evan was beyond reason. He shoved past his lawyer, charging towards me. I'll make you pay for this, Rachel. You'll never keep Alice from me. Before he could reach me, 2 court officers intercepted him, restraining him as he continued to shout threats. The judge's gavel came down hard. "Mr. Thompson, that's enough! Bailiff, remove him from my courtroom and add contempt of court to the charges." As Evan was dragged away, still yelling, I locked eyes with Brenda. For a moment, I saw fear and uncertainty flicker across her face. Then she turned and fled the courtroom. Mavis approached me slowly, her eyes brimming with tears. "Rachel, I am so sorry. I should have listened to you. Can you ever forgive me?" I took her hands in mine, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. "It's over now, Mavis. What matters is that Alice is safe." Outside the courthouse, I found Alice waiting with my best friend, Jenny. My daughter flew into my arms, and I held her tight, breathing in her sweet, familiar scent. "Is it over, Mommy?" she asked, her voice small. "Can we go home now?" I smiled through my tears. "Yes, baby, it's over. We're going home." As we walked to the car, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The road ahead wouldn't be easy, but for the first time in months, I felt hope for our future. 6 months later, I stood in our new backyard, watching Alice chase butterflies through the flower beds we'd planted together. The sound of laughter drifted from the patio, where Jenny and her husband were setting up for Alice's 6th birthday party. Mavis appeared beside me, carrying a tray of lemonade. "I still can't believe how much has changed," she said, shaking her head. I nodded, thinking of Evan, now serving time for financial fraud, and Brenda, who'd fled the country to avoid prosecution. "It's been a hard road," I admitted, "but we're stronger for it." Mavis squeezed my hand. "You're an incredible mother, Rachel. I'm proud to call you family." As Alice ran over, her face alight with joy, I felt a surge of gratitude for the life we'd rebuilt. We'd weathered the storm and come out stronger on the other side. "Come on, Mommy," Alice tugged at my hand. "It's time for cake." I laughed, allowing her to pull me towards the gathering of friends and family. This was what mattered: love, laughter, and the unbreakable bond between a mother and her child. As I looked around at the smiling faces, I knew that whatever challenges the future held, we would face them together. We were survivors, Alice and I, and our story was far from over.
The first thing I noticed was the dinosaur decal, a green T-Rex with cartoonish eyes staring at me from what used to be my bedroom wall. My fingers traced the fresh blue paint beneath it, still detecting the familiar texture of the cream wallpaper my mother and I had chosen together when I was 16. I'm Alexis, and this was supposed to be a surprise weekend visit to my childhood home. Instead, I got the surprise. "Oh, I didn't expect you today." Carmen's voice carried that artificial sweetness that made my teeth ache. She appeared in the doorway, wearing yoga pants and one of my father's old college sweatshirts. "We've been making some changes. Leighton needed a proper room, you understand." My childhood bed was gone. The antique vanity my grandmother left me disappeared. Even my debate team trophies had vanished from the shelves. In their place stood a rocket ship bookcase filled with children's books and action figures. "Where are my things?" I kept my voice steady, the way I do in court when opposing counsel throws a curveball. "Storage unit on 5th Street. I kept the important stuff, of course." Carmen waved her hand dismissively. "But honestly, a grown woman doesn't need all that sentimental junk taking up space. Leighton's a growing boy. He needs room to play." Heavy footsteps in the hallway announced my father's arrival. "Alexis, honey, we didn't know you were coming." He wouldn't meet my eyes, instead focusing on a spot just past my shoulder. "Clearly." I turned to face him. "Dad, where's Mum's vanity?" Carmen thought. "I sold it," Carmen cut in, "along with some other outdated pieces. That Victorian stuff was making the house look like a museum. We're trying to create a modern family space here." My chest tightened. "You sold my grandmother's vanity?" "Oh, don't be dramatic. I got good money for it. $3,000 on Facebook Marketplace. You can buy something nice for your own place with your share." I felt the blood drain from my face. "That vanity wasn't yours to sell." "Well, it was in our house," Carmen said, emphasizing the "our. "And we needed to make room for Leighton's gaming setup. Speaking of which..." She turned to my father. "Carson, honey, can you help me move that old dresser out of here tomorrow? The one with all the scratches?" My mother's dresser, the one where she kept her jewellery, her letters, her memories. Dad? I waited for him to speak up, to say something, anything. He shuffled his feet. Maybe we should discuss this over coffee. Carmen makes an excellent... No. I cut him off, my voice ice cold. I don't want coffee. Alexis? Carmen stepped closer, placing her hand on my arm. I resisted the urge to shake it off. I know change is hard, but you have to understand. This is our home now. You're always welcome to visit, but... But what? But you need to accept that things are different now. Your mother's been gone for 3 years. Life moves on. Behind her, my father nodded weakly, like a puppet on loose strings. I looked around the room one last time. The walls that once held my concert posters now displayed cartoon dinosaurs. The corner where I'd spent countless nights studying was occupied by a child's desk covered in crayon marks. Every trace of my childhood, of my mother, had been erased. You're right, I said finally, surprising them both with my calm tone. Things are different now. I walked out without another word, ignoring Carmen's satisfied smile and my father's attempt to call me back. In my car, I sat for a moment staring at the house, my mother's house. She'd known this might happen. That's why she'd made me promise to read the will carefully, to understand every clause, especially the one about what would happen if my father remarried. I pulled out my phone and opened my messages, found Erin's name, my lawyer, my mother's friend, the keeper of that particular clause. Time to talk about enforcement, I typed, then hit send. My phone buzzed immediately with her response. Come to my office first thing Monday. Bring the photos you just took. I smiled, remembering the quick pictures I'd snapped of the room while Carmen was talking. 3 years of law school and 5 years of practice had taught me to always document everything. Carmen wanted to play house. Fine. But she'd forgotten the most important rule of real estate. Always check who's on the deed. I started my car, catching one last glimpse of my father's figure in the window. He raised his hand in a weak wave, but I didn't wave back. Instead, I pulled away from the curb, already mentally preparing my case. Some people might call it revenge. I called it justice. It's all here in black and white. Erin spread the will across her desk, her manicured nail pointing to the crucial paragraph. Upon remarriage, Carson's right of residency is terminated, and full control of the property reverts to you, Alexis. I leaned forward in my chair, reading the words I'd memorized years ago. And there's no way around it. None? Erin's lips curved into a slight smile. Your mother was very thorough. She had me revise this clause 4 times before she was satisfied. My cousin Lexi, who joined us for the meeting, whistled low. Aunt Sarah was always 10 steps ahead, but Alexis, are you sure you want to do this? Evicting your own father? He stopped being my father the moment he let Carmen sell Mum's things. I pulled out my phone, showing them the photos I'd taken. Look at what they've done to my room, and that's just the beginning. Erin's expression darkened as she swiped through the pictures. These items were specifically listed in the will's inventory. Carmen had no right to sell them. I've been tracking her sales online, Lexi added, pulling up several Facebook Marketplace listings on her tablet. The vanity, Mum's antique mirror, even the Persian rug from the dining room. She's made nearly $20,000 selling your inheritance. That's theft, Erin said flatly. We can add it to the complaint. I stood up, pacing the office. I don't want to just sue them. I want them out. Alexis? Erin's voice softened. This will get ugly. The media loves family drama, especially when it involves property. Are you prepared for that? Carmen's already making it ugly. Yesterday she told the neighbours that I'm unstable and can't let go of the past. I laughed bitterly. As if wanting to preserve my mother's memory makes me crazy. Lexi's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and frowned. Speaking of crazy, Carmen just listed more furniture. Your mother's writing desk is up for $1,200. My hands clenched into fists. That's where Mum wrote all her letters to me when I was at college. Wait. Erin held up her hand, studying her computer screen. Something's not adding up here. Alexis, Did you ever review the house's escrow accounts after your mother passed? No, Dad handled all that. Why? Because I'm looking at the records now, and there were significant cash withdrawals in the months following Sarah's death. Money that was specifically set aside for property maintenance. Lexi peered over Erin's shoulder. That's around the time Carmen showed up, right? 2 months after Mum died, I confirmed. Dad met her at a grief support group. Some support, Lexi muttered. Erin printed several pages and handed them to me. Review these tonight. If what I'm seeing is correct, we might have more than just a property dispute on our hands. I scanned the numbers, my legal training kicking in. These withdrawals, they're just under the amount that would trigger automatic reporting. Exactly. Erin's eyes met mine. Your mother left plenty of money for house maintenance, money that seems to have vanished right when Carmen entered the picture. And now she's selling my inheritance piece by piece. I stood up, gathering the documents. How soon can we move on this? I can have the eviction notice ready by Friday. But Alexis, Erin hesitated. Once we start this, there's no going back. Your relationship with your father was destroyed the moment he chose her over Mum's memory. I squared my shoulders. File the papers. Lexi touched my arm. I'll keep tracking the sales. And I've got a friend at the county recorder's office who can pull any property documents Carmen might have filed. Good. I checked my watch. I should go. I have court at 2. As I reached the door, Erin called out, Alexis, your mother once told me something about that house. She said it wasn't just walls and furniture. It was proof that a woman could build something lasting, something that couldn't be taken away. I felt tears prick at my eyes, but blinked them back. Then let's make sure she was right. Walking to my car, I noticed a text from Carmen. Leighton loves his new room. Hope you understand it's for the best. Family dinner on Sunday. Family dinner. As if erasing my existence could be smoothed over with pot roast and small talk. I typed back, can't make it, but hold on to those dinner plates. You might need them packed soon. Then I blocked her number and called Violet, my best friend. Hey, want to help me document every item in my mother's house this weekend? Bring your camera. Carmen drama, Violet asked. Let's just say... I started my car, glancing at the legal documents on my passenger seat. The house is about to get a lot less crowded. Just need to grab a few boxes from my old closet, I told Carmen with a practiced smile. Won't take long. She blocked the doorway, arms crossed. I thought we sent everything to storage. Not everything. I held up my court order. And as co-owner of the property, I have the right to inspect any room. Carmen's face tightened, but she stepped aside. The sound of power tools echoed from downstairs. The contractor she'd hired was working on something in the living room. Fine, but make it quick. Leighton has friends coming over. I climbed the stairs to my old room, now Leighton's dinosaur kingdom. The boy himself sat on the floor, playing with action figures. Hi, Alexis, he looked up, grinning. Want to see my T-Rex collection? Before Carmen could stop him, I sat cross-legged beside him. Sure, buddy, tell me about them. This one's a velociraptor and this... Leighton, Carmen cut in sharply, go help your father in the garden. After he left, I opened the closet, pretending to search while actually photographing everything. Behind some boxes, I spotted my mother's old filing cabinet. What's this still doing here? I pulled it out. Carmen shrugged. Just junk papers. We're having it removed next week. I opened the top drawer, finding exactly what I'd hoped for, Mum's meticulous financial records. Mind if I take these, for nostalgia? Whatever. Carmen checked her phone, clearly bored. I need to check on the contractor. Don't take all day up here. The moment she left, I started scanning documents with my phone. Bank statements, receipts, and... jackpot, records of withdrawals from the house maintenance fund, all with my father's forged signature. A knock on the doorframe made me jump. A tall man in work clothes stood there, tool belt slung low on his hips. Sorry to startle you. I'm Brian, the contractor. Mrs. Dunn asked me to check the window in here for replacement. It's Ms. Clayton, actually, I corrected him, and I'm Alexis, the owner's daughter. His eyebrows rose. Owner's daughter. Carmen told me she and her husband owned the place. Did she now? I smiled, an idea forming. Actually, Brian, I'd love your professional opinion on some of these renovation plans. We spent the next 20 minutes discussing potential changes, my voice deliberately carrying downstairs. As expected, Carmen appeared, her face a mask of forced pleasantness. Brian, I need you downstairs now. Just a minute, he said. Alexis was showing me some interesting ideas for the master suite. Carmen's eyes narrowed. The master suite isn't up for renovation. No? I innocently held up my phone. But I have the contractor's quote right here. 40,000 for a complete remodel. That's quite an investment in someone else's house. Brian looked between us, confusion clear on his face. Someone else's... Don't you have work to do? Carmen snapped at him. After he left, she turned to me. What game are you playing? Game? I'm just taking an interest in my property. I tucked the files under my arm. By the way, how's that boutique of yours doing? The one you opened with my mother's maintenance fund? The colour drained from her face. I don't know what you're talking about. No, the withdrawals all coincide with your store's opening dates. Interesting timing. Those were legitimate expenses. For your business or for the fake lease agreement you filed with the city? She stepped closer, voice low. Listen carefully. Your father and I have lived here for 3 years. We've established residency. If you try anything, we'll claim squatters' rights. I laughed. Is that what your lawyer told you? The same one who helped you forge Dad's signature on that lease? You can't prove anything. Want to bet? I headed for the stairs, then paused. Oh, and Carmen, those dinosaur decals? They'll leave marks when you peel them off. You might want to start soon. You entitled little... Careful, I warned. Threats could affect your future housing applications. You'll need a clean record for your next rental. Downstairs, I found Brian measuring a doorframe. Hey, I said quietly. How'd you like to make some extra money documenting everything you've seen here? He glanced toward Carmen's voice upstairs. Including the unauthorized modifications? Especially those. He pulled out his phone. I've got photos of all the work orders, some with different signatures on them. I handed him my card. Call me tomorrow, and Brian, if Carmen asks, we were just flirting. Outside I called Erin. Remember that fake lease we suspected? Just found proof, and wait until you see what else was in Mum's filing cabinet. Good, she replied, because Carmen just tried to file for adverse possession. She really doesn't know who she's dealing with, does she? No, I said, watching Carmen's silhouette pace behind my old bedroom window, but she's about to find out. Mum, you need to eat something. I pushed the bowl of soup closer to her hospital bed. It was 3 years ago, but the memory feels like yesterday. In a minute, sweetheart. She was focused on the papers spread across her lap, her once steady hands now trembling as she marked sections with a highlighter. Erin's bringing the final draft of the will today. We need to make sure everything's perfect. The house will still be there next week. I tried to sound optimistic, even though we both knew better. She looked up, her eyes sharp despite the illness that was consuming her. Alexis, listen to me. Your father, he's a good man, but he's weak, always has been. When I'm gone... Mom, please! When I'm gone, she continued firmly, he'll look for someone to lean on, and that someone might not have your best interests at heart. I remember how the autumn sunlight streamed through the window, casting long shadows across her hospital bed, how the morphine drip kept steady time with the beeping monitors. The house is your inheritance, she said, not just the building. Everything I built there, everything we built together. Don't let anyone take that from you. A knock interrupted us. Violet stood in the doorway holding fresh flowers. Bad time. Never for you, Mum smiled. Come help me convince this daughter of mine that I'm not being paranoid. Violet sat on the edge of the bed. About the house. About making sure it's protected. Mum handed me the papers. Read the residency clause again. I did, out loud. Carson Dunn may remain in residence until such time as he remarries, at which point full control and ownership reverts solely to Alexis Dunn. Your mother's a genius, Violet said. I'm a realist. Mom reached for my hand. Promise me you'll stand your ground when the time comes. Promise me you won't let guilt cloud your judgment. What do you mean? Your father will try to make you feel guilty. He'll say I was being unfair, that I didn't trust him, but this isn't about trust, it's about protection. The memory shifts to later that night, after Violet left. Mum was dozing, and Dad came in with coffee. The lawyers were here again? He asked, noticing the papers. Just finalising some things. He sighed. She doesn't need to worry about all this now. The house will still be our home, no matter what. Our home, not my home, not Mom's legacy. The scene dissolves into another memory, 2 months after the funeral. Dad introducing Carmen at the grocery store, her sympathetic smile not quite reaching her eyes. Your father's told me so much about you, she'd said, squeezing his arm. We met at grief counselling. Such a blessing to find each other during such a difficult time. My phone buzzes, pulling me back to the present. I'm sitting in my apartment, surrounded by the files from Mum's cabinet. Violet's calling. You okay? She asks. You've been quiet in the group chat all day. Just remembering Mum's last weeks, the warning she tried to give me. She saw this coming, Violet says softly. Not Carmen specifically, but someone like her. I found Mum's journals in the filing cabinet, I tell her. She wrote about Dad's pattern of letting stronger personalities make his decisions. Even during their marriage, she was the one who had to protect their assets. And now you're doing the same thing. But what if, I hesitate, what if this makes me the villain, throwing my father out of his home? Stop! Violet's voice turns stern. It's not his home. It never was. Your mother built that house with her inheritance, her work. She left it to you for a reason. Carmen's already telling people I'm being cruel. Carmen's telling people a lot of things, including that she owns the house, which is worse, being called cruel or letting your mother's legacy be erased. I look at the photo on my wall, Mum and me in front of the house on my college graduation day. Her proud smile, her arm around my shoulders. You're right. I straighten my spine. Mum didn't worry about looking cruel when she protected me. She didn't let guilt stop her from doing what was necessary. Exactly. Violet pauses. By the way, Brian the contractor called me. Says he has recordings of Carmen planning to claim squatters' rights. Want them? Send everything to Erin. I start gathering the files. It's time to show Carmen exactly what kind of protection my mother built into that will. That's my girl. Violet's smile is audible. Your mum would be proud. After we hang up, I touch the photo on the wall. I won't let you down, I whisper. I promise. The next morning, I wake up to news that Carmen's trying to list the house for sale. She doesn't know it yet, but she just made her biggest mistake. Mom's voice echoes in my memory. Stand your ground. And that's exactly what I plan to do. The cease and desist letter arrived at the house by courier on a Tuesday morning. I watched from my parked car as Carmen signed for it, her face shifting from annoyance to panic as she read the contents. My phone buzzed with her incoming call. I declined it, then watched her pace the front porch, frantically dialing someone else, probably her lawyer. Brian, the contractor, texted me. She's freaking out, just ordered me to stop all renovation work. Keep your phone recording, I replied. Document everything. Through the window, I could see Carmen gesturing wildly while talking on the phone. Dad's car pulled into the driveway, and she practically pounced on him the moment he stepped out. My phone buzzed again, this time with a text from Lexi. You won't believe this. Carmen's trying to list the house for sale. $1.2 million. I just saw it pop up on the MLS. I forwarded the listing to Erin, who responded immediately. Perfect! That's fraud! Adding it to the file. Carmen was still arguing with Dad on the porch when a familiar Mercedes pulled up. Violet stepped out, dressed for battle in her real estate agent power suit. Right on time, I muttered, watching Carmen's face as Violet approached the house. Hi! Violet's voice carried clearly across the lawn. I'm here for the showing? The property just listed, and I have a very interested buyer. Carmen's mouth opened and closed like a fish. We're not ready for showings yet. Oh, Violet pulled out her tablet. But the listing says immediate showings welcome. My client is very interested in the original hardwood floors and period details. Mind if we take a look? We need to reschedule, Dad started, but Carmen cut him off. Of course we can show it. Her voice was too bright, too brittle. Just give us an hour to tidy up. Perfect. Violet smiled sweetly. I'll be back at 11. Oh, and I'll need to see the seller's disclosure and proof of ownership. Standard procedure. I could practically see Carmen's wheels turning as she realised her mistake. She'd listed a house she had no right to sell. My phone lit up with a text from Brian. She's in the study, shredding papers. Get photos if you can, I replied. An hour later, I walked into my mother's house behind Violet, playing the role of her client. Carmen had changed into a designer dress, her smile fixed and desperate. The original owners took such care with the historic details, she was saying, leading us through the foyer. My husband and I have maintained everything exactly as it was. Except for the antique vanity you sold last week, I asked innocently. And the Persian rug, and my mother's writing desk? Carmen's smile cracked. Alexis, I didn't realise you were the potential buyer. Oh, I'm not buying. I handed her an envelope. But I am serving you with court papers, fraud, theft and illegal sale of inherited property, plus attempting to sell a house you don't own. This is our house. Carmen's voice rose. We've lived here for 3 years. Living somewhere doesn't make it yours, Violet said, dropping her fake cheerfulness. And listing property you don't own is fraud. Carson, Carmen screamed, do something. Dad emerged from his study, looking defeated. Carmen, we need to talk. The lawyer called. The will. There's a clause. I don't care about clauses. She turned to me, tears starting. You can't do this. We're family. Family? I walked to the living room wall, where my mother's favourite painting used to hang. Family doesn't sell inheritance without permission. Family doesn't forge signatures on fake leases. Family doesn't erase memories. Those were just old things. They were my mother's things. I turned to Dad. And you let her do it. You stood by and watched her erase Mum from her own house. He couldn't meet my eyes. I just wanted peace. Well, now you'll have it. I gestured to the papers in Carmen's hands. Just not here. Carmen ripped open the envelope, her face going pale as she read. This is... You're evicting us? No, I'm reclaiming what's legally mine. You have 30 days. You bitch! She lunged forward, but Violet stepped between us. Careful, Violet warned. Assault charges won't help your case. I walked to the front door, then turned back. Oh, and Carmen? The party you're hosting here this weekend? Cancel it. This house isn't yours to show off anymore. Outside, my hands were shaking, but my voice was steady as I called Erin. It's done, I said. She took the bait with the listing, and Brian got photos of her destroying evidence. Perfect, Erin replied. The judge will love that. Ready for the next phase? I looked up at my mother's house, my house, and smiled. Absolutely ready. Behind me, I could hear Carmen's hysterical voice through the open window. She can't do this to us, but I could, and I would, for Mom. The mediation room felt too small for the amount of tension it contained. Carmen sat across the table, her lawyer whispering urgently in her ear. Dad slumped beside them, looking older than I'd ever seen him. Let's review the facts, the mediator began. The property in question was left to Alexis, with a conditional residency clause for her father that terminated upon his remarriage. Is this correct? Yes, Erin confirmed, spreading out documents. We also have evidence of unauthorised sale of inherited items, financial misconduct, and attempted property fraud. Carmen's lawyer leaned forward. My client was acting under the assumption... Your client filed a fake lease agreement, Erin cut in, sliding over more papers. With a forged signature. Would you like to explain that? I never forged anything, Carmen's voice cracked. Carson signed it. Dad's head snapped up. What? I never signed a lease. The handwriting analysis confirms that, Erin said smoothly, along with the forged signatures on bank withdrawals totaling over $50,000. The mediator frowned. These are serious allegations. I have proof. I nodded to Erin, who produced Brian's documentation. The contractor recorded everything, including Mrs. Clayton's plans to claim squatters' rights and sell property she didn't own. Carmen's lawyer whispered something to her again, but she shoved him away. This is ridiculous. We made that house a home. By selling my mother's belongings, I kept my voice level. By erasing every trace of her. She was dead! Carmen slammed her hand on the table. Dead people don't need things. The room fell silent. Even her lawyer looked shocked. No, I said quietly, but their daughters do. Dad finally spoke, his voice rough. Carmen, did you really forge my signature? I did it for us, she grabbed his arm. To build our future. That house was wasted on her memory. That's enough. The mediator interrupted. Given the evidence, I recommend you accept the 30-day eviction notice. Fighting this will only lead to criminal charges. Carmen's lawyer nodded. He's right. Take the deal. Deal? Carmen laughed hysterically. She's throwing us out. Where will we go? What about Leighton? You should have thought about that before you started selling stolen property, Erin replied. Dad turned to me, eyes pleading. Alexis, honey, can we talk, privately? I hesitated, then nodded. We stepped into the hallway, leaving Carmen's increasingly loud protest behind. I'm sorry, he said immediately. I should have stopped her. After your mother died, I couldn't handle anything. Carmen seemed so capable. Capable of theft? He flinched. I didn't know about the forgeries or the sales, I swear. But you knew she was erasing, Mum. You watched her do it. I was weak. His shoulders sagged. Your mother always said that about me, that I let stronger personalities make my decisions. A memory flashed. Mom in her hospital bed, warning me about exactly this. Dad, read the will sometime, I said. Really read it. Mum knew this would happen. She tried to protect both of us. From what? From people who take advantage of your grief, and from you letting them. Back in the mediation room, Carmen was having a full meltdown. This is all your fault, she screamed at me. You spoiled entitled... Mrs. Clayton, the mediator warned. Control yourself. You want control? Carmen grabbed her purse. Fine, here's control. She pulled out her phone, jabbing at it frantically. I just transferred the money from our joint account. Good luck paying rent without it. Dad went pale. What? Oh, now you care, she laughed. I've been managing your money for 3 years. Everything's in my name. Erin smiled thinly. Actually, that's perfect. Financial abuse and admitted theft, all on record. Shall we add that to the criminal complaints? Carmen's lawyer dropped his head into his hands. 30 days, I said, standing up, and I want a full inventory of everything you sold. You'll regret this, Carmen hissed. No. I gathered my things. But you will. In the parking lot, Dad caught up to me. What am I supposed to do now? Find an apartment, start over. I paused. And maybe get a good divorce lawyer. Alexis. He looked lost. Your mother would be disappointed in me. Probably, I agreed. But she loved you anyway. That's why she put that clause in the will. She knew you'd need saving from yourself. As I drove away, I saw Carmen storming out of the building, Dad trailing behind her like a shadow. My phone buzzed with a news alert. Local boutique owner under investigation for financial fraud. Karma, it seemed, was just getting started. I touched the small photo of Mum I kept on my dashboard. Almost done, I whispered. Almost home. The sheriff's deputy stood on the front porch, clipboard in hand, while Carmen made her final performance. She was sprawled across the couch, hand pressed to her forehead. I'm too ill to move, she moaned. My blood pressure. Ma'am, the deputy said tiredly. The eviction notice was served 30 days ago. We have to proceed. I watched from my car across the street as 2 moving trucks pulled up. Violet sat beside me, squeezing my hand. You don't have to watch this, she said softly. Yes, I do. Dad emerged from the house carrying boxes, his movements mechanical. Behind him, Leighton dragged his feet, clutching a dinosaur toy. The boy's the only innocent one here, I murmured. You can't punish yourself for Carmen's choices, Violet reminded me. Inside the house, Carmen's wails grew louder. This is illegal. I have rights. The deputy consulted his papers. According to the court order, you have no legal right to this property. Please collect your belongings and vacate the premises. I stepped out of the car as Carmen was finally escorted outside. She spotted me and lunged forward, but the deputy caught her arm. You vindictive bitch, she screamed. You're just like your mother, cold, controlling. Don't. My voice cut through her tirade. Don't say her name. Or what? She's dead, dead and gone, and you're living in the past. Leighton started crying, and something in me snapped. I walked over to him, kneeling to his level. Hey, buddy, I said gently. I know this is scary, but you know what? Change can be an adventure too. Carmen tried to pull him away, but he resisted. Will I still have dinosaurs in the new house? Tell you what. I reached into my bag and pulled out a small gift-wrapped package. This is for you. Open it later, okay? Carmen snatched it from his hands. We don't need your charity. It's not charity, I said, standing. It's his inheritance, the only one you didn't sell. The package contained my old T-Rex model, the one Mum had given me when I was scared of starting middle school. Sometimes, she'd said, being fierce is the kindest thing you can be. The movers worked efficiently, loading furniture and boxes. I noticed they handled Carmen's designer clothes with less care than she'd shown my mother's antiques. Dad approached me hesitantly. Alexis. Save it. I turned away, but he grabbed my arm. Please, there's something you should see in your old room. Against my better judgment, I followed him upstairs. The dinosaur decals were half peeled off, leaving sticky residue on the blue walls. Dad went to the old dresser, the last piece of my mother's furniture Carmen hadn't managed to sell. I kept this hidden, he said, pulling out a letter from behind the drawer. Your mother wrote it the week before she... My hands trembled as I took the envelope. Inside was a photo of me at 8 years old, sitting on the porch steps with Mom, both of us laughing at something long forgotten. Read it later, Dad said, when you're ready. A crash from downstairs made us both jump. Carmen's voice rose again. That vase is worth more than your yearly salary. Be careful. Time's up, the deputy called. Vehicles waiting. I walked Dad to the door, where Carmen was having her final meltdown. This isn't over, she shrieked at me. I'll sue, You'll what? I stepped closer. Forge more documents, steal more memories, face more fraud charges. She fell silent, finally understanding the depth of her defeat. Get in the car, Carmen, Dad said quietly. Please. As they drove away, Leighton pressed his face against the window, clutching the wrapped package. I waved, and he waved back until they turned the corner. The deputy handed me the keys. Property's yours, ma'am. Good luck. Inside, the house felt hollow. Empty picture hooks lined the walls where family photos once hung. Rectangular clean spots marked where furniture had protected the carpet from sun fade. I climbed the stairs to my old room and sat on the bare mattress, the only piece of furniture I'd kept there. The letter from Dad felt heavy in my pocket. Violet found me there an hour later, tears streaming down my face. Oh, honey, she said, sitting beside me. Mom knew, I whispered, showing her the letter. She knew Dad would choose wrong again. That's why she made me promise to be strong enough for both of us. Through the window, I watched the sun set on my first day home. Really home. The house felt like a museum now, filled with ghosts of what was and shadows of what could have been. But it was mine, just like Mom wanted, just like she planned. The Sarah Dunn Women's Recovery Centre, Violet read from the freshly mounted plaque. Your mum would love this. I adjusted the sign slightly. She always said this house was meant to help people start over. The renovation crew had worked miracles. The living room, once stuffed with Carmen's gaudy furniture, now held comfortable couches and support group circles. My old bedroom had become a counselling office, its walls painted a soothing sage green. "First resident arrives today?" Violet asked. "Any minute." I checked my watch. Erin's bringing her from the courthouse. The doorbell rang. On the porch stood a woman about my age, clutching a small duffel bag. Her eye was still slightly bruised. "I'm Maria," she said quietly. "The lawyer said—" "Welcome home." I opened the door wide. "Let me show you around." As we walked through the house, Maria's shoulders gradually relaxed. In the kitchen, where Mum had taught me to bake, I poured coffee while explaining the house rules. "Stay as long as you need," I told her. "That's what this place is for." My phone buzzed. A news alert. Carmen's fraud trial had ended. Guilty on all counts. She'd been running similar schemes for years, targeting grieving widowers, draining their accounts. "Everything okay?" Violet asked, noting my expression. "Justice served," I showed her the alert. "Dad's testimony sealed it." Speaking of Dad, I heard his familiar knock. He stood on the porch, looking uncertain. "The garden needs attention," he said, gesturing to Mum's overgrown flower beds. I thought maybe... I handed him a pair of gardening gloves. "Roses need pruning." We worked in comfortable silence until he spoke. "I found an apartment. Small, but it's mine. No joint accounts this time." "Good." I deadheaded a rose bush. "And the divorce?" "Final next week." He paused. "Carmen's sister called. Leighton asks about you." I pulled out the business card I'd been carrying. "There's a great dinosaur exhibit at the museum, if he's interested." Dad took the card, smiling slightly. "You're more forgiving than I deserve." "Not forgiving," I corrected. "Understanding. Mum taught me the difference." A car pulled up, Lexi with supplies for the centre. As she unloaded boxes, I caught Dad watching the house's transformation. "Different than you expected?" I asked. "Better?" He touched the new plaque. "Sarah would be proud. She always said you were stronger than me." "She said I was stronger than both of us." I handed him another rose bush to plant. "But she loved us anyway." Inside, I heard Maria laughing at something Violet said. The sound echoed through rooms once filled with Carmen's artificial cheer, now warming with genuine healing. My phone buzzed again. Brian, the contractor. "Found something behind the wall in the master bath. Looks like your mum left a surprise." I rushed upstairs. Brian pointed to a small safe embedded in the wall, exposed during renovation. "Combination?" he asked. "Try 31785, I said. "My birthday." The safe clicked open. Inside lay a velvet jewellery box and another letter. The pearl necklace Mom wore at her wedding gleamed against dark fabric. The letter was dated 1 week before she died. "My dearest Alexis," it began, "if you're reading this, you've reclaimed our home, not just the building, our legacy. The pearls aren't valuable, but they're real, like you, like your strength." Violet found me crying in the bathroom. "Oh God, what now?" I showed her the letter's final lines. "The house isn't your inheritance, darling. Your inheritance is knowing you can protect what matters, even when it hurts, even when others call you cruel. Your inheritance is your strength. Use it to help others find theirs. All my love, Mum." Downstairs, Maria was arranging family photos on her dresser. Dad was teaching Lexi Mum's secret for keeping roses blooming into fall. The house hummed with new purpose. I fastened Mum's pearls around my neck and walked through rooms now filled with second chances. In the foyer, the afternoon sun caught the plaque just right, making it glow. "Ready for the house blessing?" Violet asked, sage bundle in hand. "Almost." I touched the pearls. Just remembering something Mum used to say. A house is just walls until you fill it with healing. Through the window, I watched another car pull up. Another woman with a small bag, another chance to help someone reclaim their strength. I opened the door wide. "Welcome home," I said. And somewhere I swear I heard Mum whisper, "Well done, baby, well done."
The sound of shattering glass jolted me from my thoughts. I flinched, my hands trembling as I gripped the edge of the kitchen counter. Ethan's thunderous footsteps echoed through the house, growing louder as he approached. "Laura, where the hell are you?" His voice, thick with anger, made my stomach churn. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. "I'm in the kitchen, Ethan," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. He stormed in, his face flushed with rage. "Why isn't dinner ready? I told you I had an important meeting tonight." I gestured to the half-chopped vegetables on the cutting board. "I'm working on it. The girls needed help with their homework and I lost track of time." Ethan's eyes narrowed. "Always excuses with you, isn't it? Can't you do anything right?" His words stung, but I bit my tongue. I'd learned long ago that arguing only made things worse. Instead, I turned back to the vegetables, hoping he'd leave me alone. No such luck. Ethan grabbed my arm, spinning me around to face him. "Look at me when I'm talking to you." The sharp scent of alcohol on his breath made me recoil. "You've been drinking," I said, unable to keep the accusation from my voice. He sneered. "So what if I have? Some of us actually work for a living." I yanked my arm free, anger finally overcoming my fear. "I work too, Ethan. Or have you forgotten about the hours I put in at your parents' store?" "Oh, please," he scoffed. "Playing shopkeeper isn't real work. If you were any good at it, maybe the business wouldn't be struggling." Before I could respond, the patter of small feet interrupted us. Our twin daughters, Emma and Olivia, appeared in the doorway, their eyes wide with concern. "Mommy, Daddy, why are you yelling?" Emma asked, her lower lip trembling. Ethan's demeanor changed instantly, a saccharine smile replacing his scowl. "Everything's fine, sweethearts. Daddy's just hungry. Why don't you go watch TV while Mommy finishes dinner?" The girls hesitated, looking to me for reassurance. I forced a smile. "Go on, girls. I'll call you when it's ready." As soon as they were out of earshot, Ethan's mask slipped. "This isn't over," he hissed, jabbing a finger at me. "I'm going out. Don't wait up." The front door slammed behind him, and I sagged against the counter, relief washing over me. But as I reached for my phone to order takeout for the girls, a notification caught my eye. A text message from an unknown number. "Hey, handsome, can't wait to see you tonight. Same place as last time? So." My heart stopped. With shaking hands, I opened Ethan's messages. There it was, plain as day. A long string of flirtatious texts with someone named Candy. My world tilted on its axis as the truth I'd been avoiding for years finally came crashing down. Ethan was cheating on me. A sob caught in my throat, but I swallowed it down. I couldn't fall apart, not with the girls in the next room. Instead, I took a deep breath and straightened my shoulders. For the first time in years, I felt a spark of something other than fear or resignation. It was anger. And with that anger came clarity. I couldn't keep living like this. I deserved better. My daughters deserved better. As I deleted the incriminating text and set Ethan's phone back where I'd found it, a plan began to form in my mind. This wasn't over, all right? But it wouldn't end the way Ethan thought it would. Not this time. I picked up my own phone and dialed a familiar number. "Margaret? It's Laura. I need your help." The bell above the door chimed as I stepped into Cozy Corner, the furniture store that had been in Ethan's family for generations. The familiar scent of wood polish and leather enveloped me, offering a strange comfort after the turmoil of the past few days. Margaret looked up from behind the counter, her silver hair gleaming in the soft light. "Laura, dear, I'm so glad you're here." I managed a weak smile. "Thanks for letting me come in today, Margaret. I needed to get out of the house." She crossed the room and enveloped me in a warm hug. "Of course, sweetheart. You know you're always welcome here." As I pulled away, I noticed the worry lines etched around her eyes. "Is everything okay?" Margaret sighed, her shoulders sagging. "It's Henry. His arthritis is acting up something fierce. He can barely get out of bed most days." My heart sank. Henry had always been the backbone of the business, handling deliveries and custom orders. "Oh, Margaret, I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do to help?" She patted my hand. "Actually, that's why I called you. We're swamped with orders, and I can't manage it all on my own. I was hoping you might be able to pitch in a bit more." I hesitated. Ethan had made it clear he didn't want me spending too much time at the store. But the thought of going back to that empty house, waiting for him to stumble home drunk and angry? "Of course," I said, squaring my shoulders. "Just tell me where you need me." Relief flooded Margaret's face. "Oh, thank you, dear. You're a lifesaver." For the next few hours, I lost myself in work. I organized invoices, helped customers, and even managed to upsell a young couple on a matching set of end tables. For the first time in years, I felt capable, useful. As the last customer left, Margaret locked the door behind them and turned to me with a grin. "Laura, you're a natural at this. I don't know what we'd do without you." Warmth bloomed in my chest at her praise. "I'm just happy to help," I said, meaning every word. The moment was shattered by the harsh ring of my cell phone. Ethan's name flashed on the screen. "Aren't you done yet?" he barked as soon as I answered. "The girls need to be picked up from soccer practice." I glanced at the clock, my stomach dropping. I'd completely lost track of time. "I'm so sorry, I'll leave right now." "Don't bother," Ethan cut me off. "I'll do it, but we're gonna have a serious talk when I get home." The line went dead. I stared at the phone, my hands shaking. Margaret's voice was gentle. "Laura, what's wrong?" I couldn't meet her eyes. "It's nothing. I forgot about the girls' practice. Ethan's picking them up." "And that's upset you this much?" Margaret's tone sharpened. "What aren't you telling me?" The dam broke. Words poured out of me, the fights, the drinking, the cruel words, and finally the text message I'd seen. Margaret listened in silence, her face growing stormier with each revelation. When I finished, she took my hands in hers. "Laura, listen to me. You do not deserve to be treated this way. Not by anyone, and certainly not by my son." Tears stung my eyes. "I don't know what to do, Margaret. I can't leave. Where would I go? How would I support the girls?" Margaret's grip tightened. "You let me worry about that. For now, I want you to come work here full time. We'll say it's because of Henry's health, which isn't a lie. It'll get you out of that house and give you some financial independence." Hope, fragile but persistent, bloomed in my chest. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Margaret said firmly. "And Laura, when you're ready to leave him, you'll have a place to go. I promise you that." As I left the store that evening, I felt lighter than I had in years. For the first time, I could see a way out. A future where I wasn't trapped by Ethan's cruelty. It wouldn't be easy, but with Margaret's support, I knew I could do it. I just had to be brave enough to take the first step. The rhythmic thud of golf clubs hitting balls echoed across the manicured green as I pulled into the country club parking lot. I spotted Ethan immediately, his boisterous laugh carrying across the practice range. He was surrounded by a group of men in crisp polo shirts, looking every bit the successful businessman he pretended to be. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, willing myself to step out of the car. It was the annual club barbecue, and Ethan had insisted I attend. "It's important for my image," he'd said, as if I were nothing more than an accessory to be shown off. Taking a deep breath, I plastered on a smile and made my way over to the group. Ethan's eyes narrowed as he saw me approach. "There you are," he said, his tone clipped. "I was beginning to think you weren't coming." I forced a laugh. "Sorry, I got held up at the store. You know how busy it gets on weekends." One of the men, Tom, I think his name was, raised an eyebrow. "Store? I didn't know you worked, Laura." Before I could respond, Ethan cut in. "Oh, she just helps out at my parents' with little furniture shop sometimes. Nothing serious." The dismissive wave of his hand made my blood boil, but I bit my tongue. This wasn't the time or place for an argument. As the afternoon wore on, I found myself increasingly isolated. Ethan flitted from group to group, schmoozing and networking, while I was left to make small talk with the other wives. Their conversations about designer handbags and spa treatments felt like they were happening in another world. One I'd never truly belonged to. "Laura!" Margaret's voice cut through the chatter. I turned to see her striding across the lawn, Henry leaning heavily on her arm. Relief washed over me. "Margaret, Henry? I didn't know you were coming." Margaret's eyes twinkled. "We wouldn't miss it. Besides, I wanted to talk to you about some ideas for the store." For the next hour, we huddled together, discussing new inventory and marketing strategies. It felt good to be productive, to be valued for my mind rather than my appearance. Our conversation was interrupted by Ethan's hand on my shoulder, his grip just a little too tight. "Sorry to break up the work meeting," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "but I need to borrow my wife." He steered me away, his fingers digging into my arm. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he hissed once we were out of earshot. I jerked away from him. "What are you talking about?" "This isn't a business meeting, Laura. You're supposed to be socializing, making me look good, not hiding in a corner with my parents. I don't want to hear it, he snapped. Just go mingle or something, and try to look like you're enjoying yourself for once. As he stormed off, I caught sight of a young woman watching us from across the lawn. She was beautiful, with long blonde hair and a figure that turned heads. But it was the way she was looking at Ethan that made my stomach churn. Wait, I'd seen that look before, in the mirror years ago, when I still believed in love and happily ever afters. Before I could process what I was seeing, my phone buzzed. It was a text from the store's security system. Motion detected. Panic gripped me. We'd been having issues with break-ins lately, and with Henry's health declining, I was the only one who could check it out. I found Ethan deep in conversation with the blonde. I have to go, I said, interrupting them. There's an emergency at the store. Ethan's face darkened. You've got to be kidding me. Can't someone else handle it? There is no one else, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. I'm sorry, but I have to go. As I turned to leave, I heard the blonde's simpering voice. Oh, don't worry about it, Ethan. I'm sure we can find a way to pass the time without her. Their laughter followed me to my car, fueling a fire I didn't know was burning inside me. In that moment, I made a decision. I was done being Ethan's doormat, his silent, obedient wife. It was time to take control of my life, starting with saving the business that had become my sanctuary. I stumbled through the front door, exhausted from another long day at the store. The house was quiet, too quiet. My heart raced as I called out, Emma? Olivia? Are you girls home? No answer. Panic rising, I rushed to check their rooms, only to find them empty. As I turned to head back downstairs, I nearly collided with Ethan, who was leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. Where are the girls? I demanded, my voice shaking. Ethan's lips curled into a smirk. Relax. They're at my parents' house. I thought we needed some alone time. The way he said it made my skin crawl. I tried to push past him, but he blocked my path. We need to talk, Laura, he said, his tone dangerously calm. This little rebellion of yours has gone on long enough. I straightened my spine, meeting his gaze. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb, he snapped. The late nights at the store, missing my golf tournaments, embarrassing me in front of my colleagues. It stops now. I'm not embarrassing you, Ethan, I retorted. I'm working. Someone has to keep that store running while your father's health declines. His eyes narrowed. And what's that supposed to mean? It means that if I wasn't there, your parents would lose everything they've worked for, everything they want to leave to us, to our daughters. Ethan scoffed. Please, that store is a sinking ship. If they had any sense, they'd sell it and enjoy their retirement. His callousness shocked me. How can you say that? It's your family's legacy. Legacy? He laughed bitterly. It's a millstone around my neck. Do you have any idea how it looks to my clients when they find out my wife is playing shopkeeper in some dusty old furniture store? I felt like I'd been slapped. Is that all you care about? How things look? Wake up, Laura, Ethan shouted, making me flinch. Image is everything in my world. If you can't understand that, maybe you don't belong in it anymore. The threat hung in the air between us. For a moment, I was that scared, insecure woman I'd been for so long. But then I thought of Margaret's unwavering support, of the pride I felt when I made a difficult sale, of the way my daughters' faces lit up when they visited me at the store. You're right, I said quietly. Maybe I don't belong in your world anymore. Ethan's face contorted with rage. He grabbed my arm, yanking me closer. What did you just say to me? I wrenched free, adrenaline coursing through me. I said you're right. I don't want to be part of this facade anymore. I'm done pretending to be the perfect silent wife while you flirt with every woman who crosses your path. His eyes widened in shock, then narrowed dangerously. You ungrateful bitch. After everything I've given you. Given me? I laughed, the sound harsh and foreign to my ears. What have you given me, Ethan? A life of walking on eggshells, of never being good enough, of wondering which lie you'll tell next. I saw his hand twitch, and for a terrifying moment I thought he might hit me. Instead, he turned and punched the wall, leaving a gaping hole. This is your last chance, Laura, he growled. Either you start acting like a proper wife, or what? I interrupted, surprising us both with my defiance. You'll leave? Go ahead. I'm sure your girlfriend would be thrilled. The color drained from Ethan's face. What are you talking about? I know about the affair, Ethan, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I've known for weeks. He stumbled back as if I'd physically struck him. You're bluffing. I pulled out my phone, showing him the screenshots I'd taken of his messages. Am I? Ethan's face twisted into an ugly snarl. You little sneak. You had no right. I had every right, I shouted back. I'm your wife, the mother of your children, or have you forgotten that in your rush to bed, every young thing that catches your eye? He lunged forward, grabbing my shoulders. You listen to me. The sound of a car door slamming outside made us both freeze. Moments later, Emma and Olivia's voices floated up from the driveway, chattering excitedly about their day with their grandparents. Ethan released me, stepping back. This isn't over, he hissed. As I watched him plaster on a fake smile to greet our daughters, I knew he was right. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. But for the first time in years, I felt ready to fight. Whatever came next, I wouldn't back down, not anymore. The store was quiet, save for the gentle hum of the air conditioning. I stood behind the counter, mechanically polishing a brass lamp, my mind still reeling from last night's confrontation with Ethan. The bell above the door chimed, startling me from my thoughts. Laura, dear? Margaret's voice called out. Are you here? I forced a smile as she approached. Hi, Margaret. I didn't expect to see you today. Her eyes narrowed, taking in my appearance. You look terrible, sweetheart. What's wrong? Before I could answer, the door chimed again. Ethan strode in, his face a mask of barely contained anger. My heart raced as he approached, but I stood my ground. We need to talk, he growled, grabbing my arm. Margaret's voice cracked like a whip. Take your hands off her, Ethan. He turned, seemingly noticing his mother for the first time. Stay out of this, Mom. It's between me and my wife. Not when you're manhandling her in my store, it isn't, Margaret shot back, moving to stand between us. Ethan's face flushed with anger. Your store? That's rich. If it weren't for Laura playing shopkeeper, this place would have gone under months ago. I gasped, shocked by his cruelty. Margaret, however, didn't flinch. Is that what you think? She asked, her voice dangerously calm. That Laura's just playing at running this business? Well, isn't she? Ethan sneered. It's not like she has any real experience. She's just a housewife with delusions of grandeur. The words hit me like physical blows, but before I could respond, Margaret let out a harsh laugh. Oh, Ethan, she said, shaking her head. You have no idea, do you? Laura's not just running the store. She saved it. Ethan's brow furrowed. What are you talking about? Margaret turned to me, her eyes softening. Show him the books, Laura. Show him what you've done. With shaking hands, I pulled out the ledger I'd been meticulously maintaining. We were in the red when I started, I explained, my voice gaining strength as I spoke. But look at the last 3 months. We're not just breaking even, we're turning a profit. Ethan snatched the book from my hands, his eyes widening as he scanned the numbers. This can't be right. It is, Margaret said firmly. Laura's redesigned the showroom, implemented a new inventory system, even started an online store. She's done more for this business in 6 months than you have in your entire life. Ethan's face contorted with rage. He hurled the ledger across the room, sending papers flying everywhere. You're choosing this shop over me? He roared, rounding on me. I'm your husband. And I'm your mother, Margaret interjected, stepping between us once more. And I'm telling you right now, if you don't walk out that door and cool off, you'll regret it. For a moment, I thought Ethan might explode, but then, without another word, he stormed out, the door slamming behind him. The silence that followed was deafening. I sagged against the counter, my legs suddenly unable to support me. Margaret was at my side in an instant, her arm around my shoulders. I'm so proud of you, Laura, she said softly. But you can't keep living like this. It's time to make a choice. I looked up at her, tears blurring my vision. What choice? Margaret's eyes were filled with a mixture of sadness and determination. Whether you're going to keep letting Ethan control your life, or whether you're going to take charge of your own destiny. The weight of her words settled over me. I thought of my daughters, of the business I'd poured my heart into, of the woman I'd become when I wasn't living in Ethan's shadow. I don't know if I can do it, I whispered. Margaret squeezed my hand. You're stronger than you know, Laura, and you won't be alone. Whatever you decide, I'll be right here with you. As I looked around the store, at the life I'd built, the success I'd achieved, I felt something shift inside me. The fear was still there, but alongside it was something new. Something that felt a lot like hope. I took a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. "Okay," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I think it's time I talked to a lawyer." Margaret's smile was fierce and proud. "That's my girl. Now, let's clean up this mess and plan our next move. You've got a bright future ahead of you, Laura. It's time to grab it with both hands." My hands trembled as I placed the last of the girls' clothes into their suitcases. The house was eerily quiet, the calm before the storm I knew was coming. I'd sent Emma and Olivia to stay with Margaret for the night, not wanting them to witness what was about to unfold. The front door slammed, making me jump. Ethan's heavy footsteps echoed through the house, getting louder as he approached our bedroom. "Laura?" he called out, his voice slurred. "Where are you?" I took a deep breath, steeling myself. This was it, no turning back now. "I'm in here," I answered, my voice steadier than I felt. Ethan stumbled into the room, his eyes narrowing as he took in the packed suitcases on the bed. "What the hell is this?" I straightened my spine, meeting his gaze. "I'm leaving you, Ethan. I'm taking the girls, and we're going to stay with your parents for a while." He laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. "Like hell you are. You're not taking my daughters anywhere." "They're my daughters, too," I shot back. "And I won't let them grow up thinking this is what a marriage should look like." Ethan's face contorted with rage. He lunged forward, grabbing my arm. "You ungrateful bitch, after everything I've done for you." I wrenched free, anger giving me strength. "Done for me? What have you done except lie, cheat, and make me feel worthless?" "Cheat," he sputtered. "What are you talking about?" "I know about Candy," I spat. "I've seen the texts, Ethan. How long has it been going on? Months? Years?" The color drained from his face. For a moment he looked like he might deny it. Then his expression hardened. "So what if I did? It's not like you've been much of a wife lately." His words hit me like a physical blow, but I refused to back down. "I've been running your family's business, raising our children, and trying to hold this marriage together. What have you been doing besides drinking and screwing around?" Ethan's eyes flashed dangerously. He took a step towards me, his fists clenched. "You watch your mouth." "Or what?" I challenged. "You'll hit me? Go ahead, give me one more reason to walk out that door." For a terrifying moment, I thought he might actually do it, but then he deflated, sinking onto the bed. "You can't leave," he mumbled. "What about the girls? What about the business?" "The girls will be fine," I said firmly. "They'll have me and your parents. As for the business, I think I've proven I can handle it just fine without you." Ethan's head snapped up, his eyes blazing. "You think you can just take everything from me? My kids, my family's legacy?" "I'm not taking anything," I retorted. "I'm choosing to live a life free from your abuse and lies, and if that means I have to do it on my own, then so be it." He stood up abruptly, towering over me. "You'll never make it without me. You're nothing without me, Laura. Nothing." His words, once so cutting, now felt hollow. I looked at him, really looked at him, and saw not the powerful man I'd feared for so long, but a sad, angry shell of a person. "You're wrong," I said quietly. "I'm everything without you, and it's time I started living like it." I grabbed the suitcases, brushing past him towards the door. Ethan's hand shot out, gripping my arm once more. "If you walk out that door," he growled, "don't bother coming back." I met his gaze, unflinching. "I won't." With that, I wrenched free and strode out of the room, out of the house that had been my prison for so long. As I loaded the suitcases into my car, I felt a weight lifting from my shoulders. But as I slid into the driver's seat, my phone buzzed with a text from Margaret. "Ethan just called. He's on his way here. Hurry." My heart raced as I started the engine. The night wasn't over yet. I had to get to my girls before Ethan did. As I peeled out of the driveway, I realized this wasn't just about leaving Ethan anymore. It was about protecting my children, my future, and the life I'd fought so hard to build. Whatever came next, I was ready to face it head on. My tires screeched as I pulled into Margaret and Henry's driveway, heart pounding. The front door flew open before I could even turn off the engine, Margaret rushing out with Emma and Olivia in tow. "Hurry," she called, ushering the girls towards my car. "Ethan just called again. He's almost here." I jumped out, helping to buckle the girls into their seats. They looked scared and confused, their eyes wide in the darkness. "Mommy, what's happening?" Emma whimpered. "We're going on a little trip, sweetheart," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Everything's going to be okay." Just as I slammed the car door shut, headlights swept across the yard. Ethan's SUV came barreling down the street, tires squealing as he pulled in behind my car, blocking our exit. "Laura," he roared, stumbling out of the driver's seat. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I stood my ground, positioning myself between Ethan and the car. "I told you, Ethan. I'm leaving. The girls are coming with me." He lunged forward, but Margaret stepped between us. "That's far enough, Ethan," she said, her voice steely. Ethan's face contorted with rage. "Stay out of this, Mom. This is between me and my wife." "Ex-wife," I corrected, my voice stronger than I felt. "I'm filing for divorce first thing in the morning." "Like hell you are," Ethan snarled, trying to push past Margaret. "You're not taking my kids anywhere." Henry appeared in the doorway, leaning heavily on his cane. "Son, you need to calm down," Whiskey called out. "You're scaring the girls." Ethan's gaze snapped to the car, where Emma and Olivia were watching with tear-stained faces. For a moment, I saw a flicker of shame cross his features, but then his eyes hardened again. "This is all your fault," he spat at me. "You've turned my own parents against me. You've poisoned my children." "No, Ethan," Margaret cut in. "You've done this to yourself, with your drinking, your affairs, your neglect." Ethan reeled back as if he'd been slapped. You knew?" "We've known for a long time," Henry said sadly. "We just hoped you'd come to your senses before it was too late." Ethan's shoulders sagged, the fight seeming to drain out of him. For a moment, I almost felt sorry for him. Then he looked up, his eyes blazing with a dangerous light. "Fine," he said, his voice low and menacing. "If this is how you all want it, then so be it. But don't think this is over, Laura. I'll see you in court. I'll take everything, the kids, the business, everything." Before I could respond, he stormed back to his car. The engine roared to life, and he peeled out of the driveway, leaving the acrid smell of burning rubber in his wake. For a moment, we all stood in stunned silence. Then Emma's muffled sobs broke the spell. I rushed to the car, gathering both girls into my arms. "It's okay," I murmured, stroking their hair. "It's all going to be okay now." Margaret placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. "You can stay here as long as you need, dear. We'll help you get through this." I looked up at her and Henry, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you," I whispered. "I don't know what I'd do without you." As we made our way inside, the girls clinging to me, I felt a strange mix of emotions. Fear of what Ethan might do next, grief for the marriage I'd once believed in, but also hope for the future. I was finally brave enough to claim for myself and my daughters. I tucked the girls into bed in the guest room, their little faces finally peaceful in sleep. As I closed the door behind me, I took a deep breath. Tomorrow would bring new challenges: lawyers, custody battles, the struggle to keep the business afloat. But for the first time in years, I felt ready to face whatever came my way. I wasn't just Laura, Ethan's wife, anymore. I was Laura, mother, businesswoman, survivor, and I was just getting started. 5 years. It had been 5 years since that night I drove away from Ethan, my daughters in tow, towards an uncertain future. Now, standing in the newly expanded showroom of Cozy Corner, I could hardly believe how far we'd come. The bell above the door chimed, and I turned to see Margaret entering, her silver hair gleaming in the sunlight. "Laura, dear, the place looks magnificent." I beamed, pride swelling in my chest. "Thanks, Margaret. I couldn't have done it without you and Henry." She waved off my gratitude. "Nonsense. This is all you, my dear. You've turned this little shop into a thriving business." As if on cue, Emma and Olivia burst through the door, their backpacks bouncing. "Mom, guess what?" Emma exclaimed. "I got an A on my science project." "That's wonderful, sweetheart," I said, pulling her into a hug. "And how was your day, Olivia?" "Good," she replied, her eyes scanning the store. "Is Grandpa Henry here? I wanted to show him my new sketches." Margaret chuckled. "He's in the back, dear. Go on, he'll be thrilled to see them." As the girls disappeared into the workshop, I felt a familiar pang of guilt. "They barely see their father anymore," I murmured. Margaret's expression softened. "That's Ethan's choice, Laura. You've done everything you can to facilitate a relationship." I nodded, remembering the bitter custody battle, the missed visitations, the child support checks that arrived sporadically, if at all. But I'd kept my promise to myself and my daughters. We'd built a life full of love, stability, and purpose. The phone rang, interrupting my thoughts. Cozy Corner, this is Laura speaking. Laura? Ethan's voice, slurred and desperate, came through the line. I need to see the girls. It's been too long. My heart raced, old fears resurfacing. Ethan, you know the court order. If you want to see them, you need to. To hell with the court order, he shouted. They're my daughters, too. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. I'm sorry, Ethan, but I can't let you see them like this. Call me when you're sober and we can discuss. The line went dead. I stared at the phone, my hands shaking. Margaret was at my side in an instant. Was that him? I nodded, unable to speak. Oh, Laura, she sighed, pulling me into a hug. I'm so sorry, I had hoped. I know, I whispered. Me too. Just then, the girls emerged from the workshop, their faces alight with excitement. Mom, Grandpa Henry says we can help paint the new delivery truck, Olivia exclaimed. I forced a smile, pushing aside my worries. That sounds wonderful, sweetie. Why don't you two go pick out some colors? As they scampered off, Margaret squeezed my hand. You've done right by them, Laura. Don't ever doubt that. I looked around the store, at the thriving business I'd built, at my daughter's laughter echoing through the halls, at the family I'd found in Margaret and Henry. And I realized something profound. This, all of this, was what I'd been fighting for. Not just to escape Ethan, but to create a life filled with love, purpose, and joy. A life where my daughters could grow up strong and confident, surrounded by positive role models. The bell chimed again, and I turned to see a young woman enter, her eyes wide as she took in the store. Can I help you? I asked. She nodded, looking nervous. I'm leaving my husband. A friend told me you might be hiring. I felt a surge of emotion, recognizing the fear and hope in her eyes. Why don't we sit down and talk? I said gently. I have a feeling we might have a lot in common. As I led her to the office, I caught sight of my reflection in a mirror. The woman staring back at me was strong, confident, and at peace. She was a far cry from the scared, insecure woman I'd been 5 years ago. That woman had taken a leap of faith, choosing an uncertain future over a toxic present. And in doing so, she'd not only saved herself, but created a legacy of strength and resilience for her daughters. I smiled at my reflection, feeling a deep sense of contentment wash over me. The road hadn't been easy, but every struggle, every tear, every moment of doubt had led me here. And I wouldn't change a thing. I smoothed my dress for the 100th time, glancing at the clock, 7:55 p.m. Paul would be home any minute. Our 10th anniversary dinner was waiting on the table, candles flickering invitingly. I'd spent hours preparing his favorite meal, determined to make this night special. The front door opened. Anne? Paul called out. In here, I replied, my heart racing with anticipation. He walked in, looking dashing in his suit. But something was off. His smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Happy anniversary, darling, I said, moving to embrace him. Paul stiffened, barely returning the hug. Oh, right. Anniversary. My stomach dropped. I made your favorite. Beef Wellington, remember? He glanced at the table, then checked his watch. Listen, Anne, I can't stay. There's an emergency at work. I need to head back to the office. But it's our anniversary, I stammered. Can it wait until tomorrow? Paul's jaw tightened. You know how important this deal is. I'll make it up to you, okay? Before I could respond, his phone buzzed. He answered immediately, turning away from me. Hey, Sarah. Yeah, I'm on my way. Sarah, his new assistant. Something in his tone made my blood run cold. Paul, I said quietly. Who's Sarah? He whirled around, eyes wide. My assistant, I told you about her. You've never mentioned her before. Paul's face hardened. Don't start this again, Anne. I'm not having another argument about my work commitments. I'm not trying to argue, I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. I just want to understand why you're rushing off on our anniversary to meet your assistant I've never heard of. He sighed heavily. It's business, Anne. You wouldn't understand. Try me, I challenged. Paul's phone buzzed again. He glanced at it, then back at me. I have to go. As he turned to leave, a slip of paper fell from his pocket. I snatched it up before he could react. Meet me at the hotel. Can't wait to see you, I read aloud, my voice shaking. Signed, S. Paul, what is this? He froze, color draining from his face. It's not what you think. Really? I spat. Because it looks like you're cheating on me with your assistant on our anniversary. Paul's expression shifted from shock to anger. You're overreacting. This is why I can't talk to you about work. You always jump to conclusions. I'm jumping to conclusions? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. You're standing there with a love note in your pocket, ditching our anniversary dinner, and I'm the one overreacting? He snatched the paper from my hand. I don't have time for this. We'll talk when I get home. If you walk out that door, Paul, don't bother coming back, I said, my voice eerily calm. He hesitated for a moment, conflict flashing across his face. Then, without another word, he turned and left. I stood there staring at the closed door, the sound of his car engine fading into the distance. The candles on the table flickered, casting dancing shadows across the untouched meal. In that moment, something inside me shattered. The Paul I thought I knew, the man I'd loved for 10 years, was gone. In his place stood a stranger, a liar, a cheat. As tears began to fall, a new emotion surged through me. Determination. If Paul thought he could throw away our marriage so easily, he had another thing coming. I wasn't going to be the meek, understanding wife anymore. No, it was time for a change. Time to show Paul exactly what he was losing. And if he thought leaving me would be simple, well, he was about to learn just how wrong he was. 2 weeks after Paul's betrayal, I found myself sitting at his parents' dining table, my stomach in knots. Paul had insisted we attend this family dinner, claiming everything was fine between us. It wasn't. More wine, Anne? Irene, my mother-in-law, asked sweetly. Too sweetly. No, thank you, I replied, forcing a smile. Irene's eyes narrowed. Are you sure? You look like you could use it. I bit my tongue, feeling Paul tense beside me. The rest of the family continued their conversations, oblivious to the undercurrent of tension. So, Anne, Irene said loudly, drawing everyone's attention, when are you two planning on giving me some grandchildren? I'm not getting any younger, you know. The table fell silent. I felt the blood drain from my face. Mother, Paul warned, but Irene waved him off. What? It's a perfectly reasonable question. You've been married for 10 years now. Tick-tock, dear. I gripped my fork tightly, willing myself to stay calm. We'll have children when we're ready, Irene. She laughed, a sharp, brittle sound. Ready? At your age? You'd better hurry up before your eggs dry up completely. Mom, Paul's sister Sarah gasped. That's enough. But Irene wasn't finished. I'm just saying what everyone's thinking. Paul needs an heir for the business. And let's face it, Anne isn't getting any younger. I stood up abruptly, my chair scraping against the floor. Excuse me, I muttered, fleeing to the bathroom. Once inside, I leaned against the sink, fighting back tears. How dare she? As if I wasn't already dealing with enough, now I had to endure public humiliation about my lack of children. A soft knock at the door startled me. Anne, it's Sarah. Can I come in? I hesitated, then opened the door. Sarah slipped inside, her face full of concern. I'm so sorry about Mom, she said. She was way out of line. I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. Sarah touched my arm gently. Is everything okay with you and Paul? You both seem off. I opened my mouth to lie, to say everything was fine, but instead the truth tumbled out. Paul's having an affair. Sarah's eyes widened in shock. What? Are you sure? I nodded, recounting that awful night 2 weeks ago. Sarah listened, her expression growing increasingly angry. That bastard? She muttered when I finished. I can't believe he'd do this to you. Just then, another knock came at the door. Anne? Paul's voice. Are you okay? Sarah squeezed my hand. You don't have to go back out there if you don't want to. I took a deep breath, straightening my shoulders. No, I'm not letting Irene win. We emerged from the bathroom to find Paul waiting, his face a mask of concern that didn't reach his eyes. Everything all right? He asked too loudly. Just fine, I replied coolly, brushing past him. Back at the table, Irene was holding court. And really, if Anne can't give Paul children, maybe it's time to consider other options. The room fell silent as we re-entered. I felt everyone's eyes on me, a mix of pity and curiosity. In that moment, something snapped inside me. I was done being the victim. You know what, Irene? I said, my voice steady. You're right, Paul does need an heir, but it won't be coming from me. Paul's head whipped around, his eyes wide with panic. Anne, what are you? I'm leaving you, Paul, I announced, my gaze never leaving Irene's shocked face. I hope you and your assistant Sarah can give Irene the grandchildren she so desperately wants. Gasps echoed around the table. Paul grabbed my arm. Anne, stop it. You're making a scene. I yanked my arm away. No, Paul, you made this scene when you decided to cheat on me. I'm just bringing down the curtain. With that, I turned and walked out, leaving chaos in my wake. As I stepped into the cool night air, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. For the first time in weeks, I smiled. The war had just begun, and I was ready to fight. I stared at the pregnancy test in disbelief, my hands shaking. 2 pink lines. Positive. After years of trying, after Irene's cruel jabs about my supposed infertility, here it was. I was pregnant. My first instinct was joy, quickly followed by dread. How could I bring a child into this mess of a marriage? The front door slammed, jolting me out of my thoughts. Paul was home. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the bathroom. Paul, we need to talk. He barely glanced up from his phone. Can it wait? I've got a conference call in 10 minutes. No, it can't wait, I said firmly. I'm pregnant. Paul's head snapped up, his eyes wide. For a moment, I saw a flicker of the man I'd fallen in love with. Then his face hardened. Are you sure it's mine? He asked coldly. The words hit me like a slap. How dare you? I hissed. You're the one having an affair, not me. Paul waved his hand dismissively. We've been over this, Anne. There's nothing going on with Sarah. Right, I scoffed. So all those late nights at the office, the secret text messages, that's all just business? He sighed heavily. I don't have time for this. We'll talk later. As he turned away, I felt something snap inside me. No, we'll talk now. I'm carrying your child, Paul, our child. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Paul's shoulders tensed. Of course it does. But I have responsibilities, Anne. The business is more important than your family? I interrupted. Than your unborn child? He whirled around, eyes flashing. Don't you get it? The business is for our family, for our future, for this child. I laughed bitterly. Our future? You've barely looked at me in months, Paul. You're never home. How is that building a future for us? Paul's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, then back at me. I have to take this call. We'll finish this discussion later. As he walked away, I felt a wave of nausea that had nothing to do with morning sickness. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. A baby was meant to bring us closer, not drive us further apart. Over the next few weeks, Paul's indifference to my pregnancy became painfully clear. He missed doctor's appointments, forgot to pick up the vitamins I'd asked for, and continued his late nights at the office. One evening, as I sat alone eating dinner, my phone buzzed with a text from Sarah, Paul's sister. How are you holding up? Want to grab coffee tomorrow? I hesitated, then replied, That would be great, thanks. The next day, I met Sarah at a small cafe near my school. Her warm smile was a balm to my frayed nerves. You look exhausted, she said, concern etched on her face. How's the pregnancy going? I sighed. The baby's fine. It's everything else that's falling apart. Sarah reached across the table, squeezing my hand. Paul's still being a jerk? I nodded, tears welling up. He doesn't care, Sarah. About me, about the baby. It's like we don't even exist. Oh, Anne, she murmured. I'm so sorry. Have you thought about what you're going to do? I shook my head. I don't know. I can't raise this child in such a toxic environment, but I can't bear the thought of leaving either. Sarah's eyes hardened. You need to think about what's best for you and the baby now. Paul's made his choices. Maybe it's time you made yours. As I opened my mouth to respond, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Paul. Working late again, don't wait up. I showed Sarah the message, a bitter laugh escaping me. See what I mean? Sarah's jaw clenched. That's it. I'm done watching my brother treat you like this. It's time we took action. I looked at her, a mix of fear and hope rising in my chest. What do you mean? She leaned forward, her voice low and determined. I've got an idea. It's risky, but it might be your only chance to secure a future for you and your baby. Are you in? I hesitated for a moment, my hand instinctively moving to my stomach. Then I nodded. I'm in. Whatever it takes. As Sarah began outlining her plan, I felt a strange mix of terror and exhilaration. One thing was certain, nothing would ever be the same again. I struggled to catch my breath as another wave of nausea hit me. At 7 months pregnant, every day was a battle. The doorbell rang, and I groaned, knowing who it was. Anne, open up, dear. I'm here. Irene's shrill voice pierced through the door. With a heavy sigh, I hauled myself up and opened the door. Irene bustled in, her arms laden with bags. Oh, look at you, she clucked. You're absolutely enormous. Are you sure it's not twins? I gritted my teeth. No, Irene, just one healthy baby. She waved her hand dismissively. Well, let's hope it's a boy. Paul needs an heir. Before I could respond, Paul appeared behind her. Mother, you're here. Excellent. I stared at him in disbelief. Paul, what's going on? He avoided my gaze. Anne, we need to talk. Mother's moving in with us. The room spun. What? No, absolutely not. Irene huffed. Don't be selfish, Anne. I need someone to look after me, and you're just sitting around all day anyway. Sitting around? I sputtered. I'm growing a human being. Paul stepped forward, his voice low. Anne, this isn't up for discussion. Mother needs care, and we have the space. I felt like I was drowning. Paul, I can barely take care of myself right now. How am I supposed to care for your mother, too? He shrugged. You'll manage. You always do. As they continued discussing logistics, ignoring my protests, something inside me snapped. I stumbled to our bedroom, slamming the door behind me. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone, dialing Sarah's number. Anne? What's wrong? Her voice was filled with concern. He's moving Irene in, I choked out. Sarah, I can't do this anymore. There was a pause, then Sarah's voice came back, steely with determination. Listen to me, Anne. Remember our plan? It's time. Pack a bag. I'm coming to get you. An hour later, I was in Sarah's car, a hastily packed suitcase in the trunk. As we drove away from the house, I felt a mixture of terror and relief. Where are we going? I asked, my voice small. Sarah's eyes were fixed on the road. To my friend's law office. We're going to start the divorce proceedings today. My heart raced. Divorce? But the baby. Anne, Sarah said gently, you can't raise a child in that environment. Paul and my mother will destroy you both. Tears streamed down my face. But what if he tries to take the baby? Sarah's grip tightened on the steering wheel. He won't. We've got evidence of his affair, his neglect. No judge will grant him custody. As we pulled up to the law office, a new wave of panic hit me. Sarah, I can't do this. I'm not strong enough. She turned to me, her eyes fierce. Yes, you are. You're doing this for your child, for yourself. You deserve better, Anne. Inside, we met with Sarah's friend, a sharp-eyed lawyer named Megan. As I recounted the past few months, Paul's affair, his neglect, Irene's cruelty, Megan's expression grew increasingly grim. Anne, she said finally, based on what you've told me, we have a strong case for divorce and full custody. But I need to know, are you absolutely sure this is what you want? I placed a hand on my swollen belly, feeling my child kick. In that moment, everything became crystal clear. Yes, I said, my voice stronger than it had been in months. I'm sure. I want out. Megan nodded, pulling out a stack of papers. Then let's begin. As I started filling out the divorce papers, a strange calm settled over me. For the first time in years, I felt like I was taking control of my life. Paul's phone call came just as we were finishing up. I let it go to voicemail, my hand steady as I signed the last document. What now? I asked, looking between Sarah and Megan. Megan's smile was grim but determined. Now we fight. Are you ready? I took a deep breath, thinking of the life growing inside me, the future I wanted to build. I'm ready. Let's do this. As we left the office, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. The road ahead would be hard, but for the first time in years, I had hope. I was reclaiming my life, one signature at a time. The piercing wail of a newborn cut through the haze of exhaustion that had become my constant companion. Emily, my beautiful daughter, was barely a week old, and I was already at my breaking point. Anne, Paul's angry voice boomed from our bedroom. Can't you shut that baby up? I have an important meeting in the morning. I bit back a retort, gently bouncing Emily in my arms. Shh, sweetie, I murmured. Daddy's just tired. As if on cue, Irene appeared in the nursery doorway, her face pinched with disapproval. Really, Anne, you should have that child on a proper schedule by now. In my day, babies slept through the night from day one. I closed my eyes, willing myself not to snap. That's not how it works, Irene. Emily's still adjusting. Irene sniffed. Well, you're clearly doing something wrong. Let me take her. Before I could protest, she snatched Emily from my arms. Immediately, my daughter's cries intensified. No, Irene, please, I begged, reaching for Emily. She needs me. Nonsense, Irene scoffed. She needs discipline. You're coddling her. As Emily's screams reached a fever pitch, Paul stormed into the room. For God's sake, what is going on in here? I tried to explain, but Irene spoke over me. Your wife is incompetent, Paul. She can't even manage a simple infant. Paul's eyes narrowed as he looked at me. Is that true, Anne? Can't you handle this? Tears of frustration and exhaustion welled up in my eyes. I'm trying, Paul, but I need help. I need you to be a father, he scoffed. I'm providing for this family. That's what fathers do. The rest is your job. Something inside me snapped. My job? I'm not your employee, Paul. I'm your wife, and Emily is your daughter. We both need you. Paul's face hardened. What I need is a good night's sleep and a wife who can manage her responsibilities. If you can't handle it, maybe we should hire a nanny. A nanny? I gasped. We don't need a nanny. We need you to step up and be a parent. Irene interjected, still bouncing a wailing Emily. Oh, stop being so dramatic, Anne. If you can't handle motherhood, perhaps you shouldn't have had a child in the first place. The room fell silent, save for Emily's cries. I looked from Paul to Irene, then to my daughter's red, tear-stained face. In that moment, something crystallized within me. Give me my daughter, I said, my voice low and dangerous. Irene hesitated, but must have seen something in my eyes because she handed Emily over without another word. I cradled Emily close, feeling her settle almost immediately. Then I turned to Paul and Irene. This ends now, I said firmly. Paul, you have a choice to make. Either you start being a real father and husband or what? Paul sneered. I took a deep breath. Or I'm leaving, and I'm taking Emily with me. The shock on their faces would have been comical if the situation wasn't so dire. Paul recovered first, his face flushing with anger. You can't do that. She's my daughter, too. Is she? I challenged. When have you ever acted like it? When have you changed a diaper, given her a bottle, or even held her for more than a minute? He faltered, and I pressed on. I'm not asking for much, Paul. Just for you to be present, to be a partner in this. Can you do that? The silence stretched on, broken only by Emily's soft whimpers. Finally, Paul spoke, his voice cold. I think you should stay with your sister for a while. Clear your head. My heart sank, but a strange calm settled over me. Fine, but understand this. If I walk out that door with Emily, I'm not coming back. I turned to leave, pausing at the doorway to look back at my husband and mother-in-law. You have until tomorrow to decide what kind of family you want to be. Choose wisely. As I walked down the hall to pack Emily, now quiet in my arms, I felt a mixture of terror and resolve. Whatever happened tomorrow, I knew one thing for certain. Things would never be the same again. I stared at the bank statement in disbelief, my hands shaking. Our joint account, which had held our life savings, was empty. Every last penny gone. No, I whispered, panic rising in my throat. This can't be happening. But it was. Paul had cleaned out our account, leaving me with nothing but the meager savings I'd squirreled away in secret. As the reality of my situation sank in, a cold fury washed over me. This wasn't just about money. This was about power, control, and my future with Emily. I dialed Sarah's number, my fingers trembling. He took everything, I choked out when she answered. The bastard emptied our accounts. Sarah's sharp intake of breath crackled through the phone. Oh, Anne, I'm so sorry, but listen to me. This changes nothing. We stick to the plan. The plan. The words echoed in my mind, igniting a spark of determination. Over the past few weeks, Sarah and I had been meticulously preparing for my escape. Now it was time to act. You're right, I said, my voice steadier. What's our next move? Meet me at Megan's office in an hour, Sarah replied. And Anne, bring everything, every scrap of evidence we've collected. An hour later, I sat in Megan's office, a thick folder of documents spread before us. Bank statements showing Paul's lavish spending on his mistress, emails detailing his neglect of Emily, witness statements from neighbors who'd heard Irene's verbal abuse. Megan's eyes gleamed as she pored over the evidence. This is good, Anne. Really good. But we need more. I frowned. More? What else could we possibly need? She leaned forward, her voice low. Proof of his affair. Concrete, undeniable evidence. Without it, he could claim, you're making it all up out of spite. My heart sank. But how? I can't exactly follow him around with a camera. Sarah's eyes lit up. Maybe you don't have to. Remember Paul's assistant, the one he's been sleeping with? I think it's time we paid her a visit. The next day found me standing outside Sarah's office building, my heart pounding. This was it. The moment of truth. As Paul's assistant, Lisa, exited the building, I stepped forward. Lisa, can we talk? She froze, her eyes widening in recognition. Mrs. Harrison, I don't think that's a good idea. Please, I said, my voice breaking. I need to know the truth. About you and Paul. Lisa's face crumpled. To my surprise, she burst into tears. I'm so sorry, she sobbed. I never meant for any of this to happen. Over the next hour in a nearby cafe, Lisa poured out the whole sordid story. The affair, Paul's promises to leave me, even his plans to secure full custody of Emily. By the time she finished, my hands were clenched so tightly my nails had left crescents in my palms. I'll testify, Lisa said finally, her eyes red-rimmed but determined. If it comes to that, I'll tell the court everything. As I left the cafe, clutching Lisa's signed statement, a mix of emotions swirled within me. Relief, anger, vindication, and an overwhelming sense that I was standing on the precipice of something monumental. Back at Megan's office, I laid out everything we'd gathered. The lawyer's eyes widened as she took it all in. Anne, she said slowly, with this, we could destroy him. Financially, professionally, everything. Are you sure this is what you want? I thought of Emily, sleeping peacefully at Sarah's house. I thought of all the nights I'd cried myself to sleep, all the times Paul had belittled and dismissed me. I thought of Irene's cruel jabs and Paul's icy indifference. Yes, I said, my voice steel. I'm sure. He tried to take everything from me. Now it's my turn. Megan nodded, reaching for her phone. Then let's end this. I'll file the divorce papers first thing in the morning. As I left the office, a strange calm settled over me. The storm was coming, and for the first time in years, I felt ready to face it head-on. Paul had no idea what was about to hit him, but he was about to learn a painful lesson. Never underestimate a mother fighting for her child. My heart pounded as I stood outside our once-shared home, divorce papers clutched in my trembling hand. This was it. The moment of truth. I took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. Paul answered, his face a mask of irritation. Anne, what are you doing here? I pushed past him into the foyer. We need to talk, all of us. Irene appeared at the top of the stairs, her eyes narrowing. What's the meaning of this? Family meeting, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Living room. Now. Bewildered, they followed me. As we sat, I placed the envelope on the coffee table. What's this? Paul asked, eyeing it suspiciously. Divorce papers, I replied, watching his face pale. And I'm leaving you, Paul, and I'm taking Emily with me. The room exploded into chaos. Paul jumped to his feet, shouting about how I couldn't do this, while Irene hurled insults, calling me ungrateful and selfish. I let them rant, a strange calm settling over me. When they finally ran out of steam, I spoke. Are you finished? Good, because now it's my turn. I pulled out a thick folder, dropping it next to the divorce papers. This is why I'm leaving. Every scrap of evidence of your affair, Paul. Every penny you've spent on your mistress. Every night you neglected your daughter. Paul's face drained of color. You can't prove anything. Can't I? I countered, pulling out Lisa's signed statement. Your assistant was quite helpful, actually. She's prepared to testify if necessary. Irene gasped, but Paul's shock quickly turned to anger. So what? You think this changes anything? I'll fight you on this, Anne. I'll get full custody of Emily. You'll be left with nothing. I laughed, a harsh sound that surprised even me. You really think so? Let me paint you a picture, Paul. Once this goes public, your reputation will be in tatters. Your business partners will abandon you. And as for custody? I leaned forward, my voice low and dangerous. No judge in their right mind would grant custody to a man who's never even changed his daughter's diaper. Paul's confidence wavered, but Irene jumped in. You ungrateful little witch, after everything we've done for you? Everything you've done for me? I interrupted, turning to face her. You mean like the constant belittling? The snide comments? The accusations of being a bad mother? Oh yes, Irene, I'm so grateful for all of that. I stood, looking between them. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to sign these papers, Paul. You're going to give me full custody of Emily, with generous visitation rights, if you ever decide to actually be a father. And you're going to pay alimony and child support without a fight. Paul scoffed. And why would I do that? I smiled, cold and hard. Because if you don't, I'll take this folder to every news outlet in the city. I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what kind of man you are. Your business will crumble, your social standing will evaporate, and you'll be left with nothing but your mother and your guilt. The room fell silent. Paul and Irene stared at me, shock written across their faces. You wouldn't, Paul whispered. Try me, I challenged. I'm not the doormat you married anymore, Paul. I'm a mother fighting for her child, and I will burn everything to the ground if that's what it takes to protect her. I picked up a pen, holding it out to Paul. So what's it going to be? The tension in the room was palpable as Paul stared at the pen, then at me. I could see the wheels turning in his head, weighing his options. Finally, with a shaking hand, he reached for the pen. As he began to sign, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. This wasn't the end. I knew there would be more battles to come. But for the first time in years, I felt like I was winning. I looked at Irene, her face twisted with fury, then back at Paul, defeated and small. In that moment, I realized something profound. I didn't need their approval anymore. I didn't need their love or their acceptance. All I needed was my daughter and the strength I'd found within myself. As Paul finished signing, I took the papers, my voice steady and sure. Goodbye, Paul. Goodbye, Irene. I hope you both find peace someday. With that, I turned and walked out, leaving behind the ruins of my old life and stepping into the promise of a new beginning. I stood in the courtroom, my heart pounding as the judge delivered her final verdict. Emily, now 3 years old, was nestled in Sarah's arms just outside the room. In light of the evidence presented, the judge began, her voice firm, "This court grants full custody of Emily Harrison to her mother, Anne Harrison." A collective gasp rippled through the courtroom. I caught Paul's eye, saw the shock and disbelief etched on his face. Beside him, Irene's mouth hung open in silent outrage. The judge continued, "Mr. Harrison will be granted supervised visitation rights, pending completion of parenting classes and counseling." As the gavel fell, sealing our fates, a wave of emotions washed over me. Relief, vindication, and an overwhelming sense of freedom. Outside the courtroom, I scooped Emily into my arms, breathing in her sweet, familiar scent. "It's over, baby girl," I whispered. "We're going home." Sarah squeezed my shoulder. "You did it, Anne. You won." But as we walked out of the courthouse, I realized this wasn't about winning or losing. It was about survival, about reclaiming my life and securing a future for my daughter. In the months that followed, life took on a new rhythm. I returned to teaching, finding joy in shaping young minds once again. Emily thrived in daycare, her laughter filling our small apartment with warmth and light. Paul, true to form, threw himself into damage control, but the evidence of his affair had already leaked to the press. His business partners distanced themselves, and his once sterling reputation lay in tatters. One crisp autumn afternoon, as Emily and I walked home from the park, I spotted a familiar figure shuffling down the street. It was Paul, looking haggard and older than his years. Beside him, leaning heavily on his arm, was Irene. Our eyes met for a brief moment. I saw regret there, and something else, a flicker of the man I'd once loved. But then Emily tugged at my hand, eager to show me a colorful leaf she'd found, and the moment passed. As we continued home, I reflected on the irony of it all. Paul, who had once been so eager to pawn his mother off on me, was now her sole caretaker. The man who had neglected his family for his career was left with neither. That night, as I tucked Emily into bed, she asked a question that caught me off guard. "Mommy, why doesn't Daddy live with us anymore?" I paused, choosing my words carefully. "Sometimes, sweetie, grown-ups realize they can't live together anymore, but that doesn't mean we don't love you." She nodded, her little brow furrowed in thought. "Do you still love Daddy?" The question hit me like a punch to the gut. Did I? After everything we'd been through, did any part of me still love Paul? "I love the man Daddy used to be," I said finally, "and I'll always be grateful to him for giving me you. But sometimes love isn't enough. Sometimes we have to love ourselves enough to walk away." As Emily drifted off to sleep, I sat by her bedside, marveling at the journey that had brought us here. I thought of all the women who had come before me, mothers, wives, daughters who had faced their own battles and emerged stronger. In that moment, I felt a connection to them all, to the resilience of the human spirit, to the fierce love of a mother for her child, to the courage it takes to start over. I realized then that my story wasn't just about revenge or justice. It was about rediscovering myself, about finding strength I never knew I had. It was about learning that sometimes the happiest endings come from the most painful beginnings. As I kissed Emily's forehead and turned out the light, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. The road ahead wouldn't be easy, but I was ready to face it. Because now I knew the truth. I was stronger than any challenge life could throw at me. and as long as I had Emily by my side, I could face anything. With a smile on my face and hope in my heart, I closed the door on the past and stepped into our future. A future bright with possibilities, love, and the unbreakable bond between a mother and her child. The sound of shattering glass jolted me from my thoughts. I rushed to the kitchen, heart pounding, to find Ryan standing over a mess of broken dishes, his face a mask of indifference. "Sorry," he muttered, not meeting my eyes. "I'll clean it up." I bit back a sigh. "Don't bother, I'll do it." As I swept up the shards, I couldn't help but wonder when my husband had become a stranger in our own home. The Ryan I married would have been mortified, apologizing profusely and insisting on cleaning up his own mess. This Ryan? He shuffled off to his study without another word. "Mom?" Emily's voice called from upstairs. "Everything okay down there?" "Fine, honey," I called back, forcing cheerfulness into my voice. "Just a little accident." I heard her footsteps on the stairs, and soon my 17-year-old daughter appeared in the doorway, eyebrows raised. "Dad?" I nodded, and she rolled her eyes. "Figures. He's been so weird lately." "He's just stressed with work," I said, the lie tasting bitter on my tongue. "How's that college essay coming along?" Emily groaned. "Don't remind me. I swear, if I have to write one more draft about my most significant challenge, I'm going to scream." I chuckled, grateful for the distraction. "Well, you could always write about living with your father. That's certainly a challenge these days." "Mom," Emily's eyes widened, but I caught the hint of a smile. "I'm kidding," I said, though we both knew I wasn't entirely. "Why don't you take a break? We could watch a movie or something." Emily's face fell. "Can't. I promised Dad I'd help him organize his office tonight." My heart sank. "Oh, I didn't realize." "Yeah, he asked me yesterday. Said he had some old papers he needed to sort through." She shrugged. "Sorry, Mom, maybe tomorrow?" I forced a smile. "Of course. Have fun with your dad." As Emily disappeared upstairs, I leaned against the counter, fighting back tears. When had I become the outsider in my own family? The doorbell rang, startling me from my pity party. I wiped my eyes and went to answer it, surprised to find my brother Mark on the other side. "Hey, sis," he said, his easy grin fading as he took in my appearance. "Whoa, you okay?" I stepped aside to let him in. "I'm fine, just a long day. What brings you by?" Mark held up a bottle of wine. "Thought we could use a drink. Rough week at the firm, and I figured my favorite sister could use some company." I raised an eyebrow. "I'm your only sister." "Exactly why you're my favorite." He winked, following me to the kitchen. "Where's the rest of the family?" I busied myself finding wine glasses. "Emily's helping Ryan in his office. They're bonding, I guess." Mark's silence spoke volumes. When I turned back, his eyes were full of concern. "Lisa, what's really going on?" I opened my mouth to brush him off, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I found myself sinking into a chair, the weight of the past few months crashing down on me. "I don't know, Mark," I whispered. It's like I'm living with strangers. Ryan's always working late or locked in his office. Emily's so focused on college applications, she barely has time for me. I feel so alone." Mark reached across the table, squeezing my hand. "Hey, you're not alone, okay? You've got me. Always." I managed a weak smile. "Thanks, I can't shake this feeling that something's wrong, really wrong." As if on cue, we heard a crash from upstairs, followed by raised voices. I jumped to my feet, but Mark beat me to the stairs. We rushed up to find Emily standing in the hallway, her face pale. "Emily," I asked, my heart racing, "what happened?" She looked at me, her eyes wide with shock. "Mom, I think you need to see this." In her trembling hand was a crumpled letter, the handwriting unfamiliar and distinctly feminine. As I took it from her, my world tilted on its axis. "Dear Ryan," it began, "I can't wait to see you again. These stolen moments are never enough." I looked up at Mark, my vision blurring with tears. "Oh God," I whispered. "What am I going to do?" I couldn't sleep that night. The letter burned in my mind, its words etched into my memory like a cruel tattoo. As the first light of dawn crept through our bedroom window, I turned to look at Ryan. He slept peacefully, oblivious to the storm raging inside me. How long had it been going on? The question gnawed at me as I slipped out of bed, careful not to wake him. In the kitchen, I poured myself a cup of coffee, my hands shaking slightly as I replayed the events of the past few months in my mind, The late nights at the office, the secretive phone calls, the sudden interest in organizing his workspace. It all made sickening sense now. "Mom?" Emily's voice startled me. She stood in the doorway, her eyes puffy from a sleepless night. "Are you okay?" I forced a smile. "I'm fine, sweetie, just thinking." She hesitated, then asked, "What are you going to do?" The question hung in the air between us. What was I going to do? I had no idea. "I don't know yet," I admitted. "But we'll figure it out together, okay?" Emily nodded, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. She was too young to be dealing with this mess. The sound of Ryan's footsteps on the stairs sent a jolt of panic through me. I wasn't ready to face him yet. "Morning," he mumbled, heading straight for the coffee pot. He didn't even look at me. I watched him, searching for any sign of guilt or remorse. There was nothing, just the same distant, distracted expression he'd worn for months. "Ryan," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "We need to talk." He glanced up, frowning. "Can it wait? I've got an early meeting." The casual dismissal ignited a spark of anger in my chest. "No, it can't wait. This is important." Emily slipped out of the room, leaving us alone. Ryan sighed, leaning against the counter. "What is it, Lisa?" I took a deep breath. "I know about the letter." For a moment, confusion flickered across his face. Then I saw it. A flash of panic in his eyes before he schooled his features into a neutral expression. "What letter?" he asked, but his voice lacked conviction. "Don't," I said, my tone sharp. "Don't lie to me, Ryan. Not anymore." He set down his coffee cup, running a hand through his hair. "Lisa, I can explain." "Explain what?" I interrupted, my voice rising. "Explain how you've been sneaking around behind my back, how you've been lying to me, to our daughter." Ryan's face hardened. "It's not what you think," I laughed bitterly. "Really?" "Because I think it's exactly what I think. Who is she, Ryan? An old girlfriend? A coworker?" He remained silent, his jaw clenched. The lack of denial was all the confirmation I needed. "How long?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Ryan's shoulders sagged. "Lisa, please." "How long?" He met my gaze, finally. "A few months." The words hit me like a physical blow. Months. While I'd been worrying about our marriage, planning date nights, trying to reconnect, he'd been with someone else. "I want you out," I said, surprised by the calm in my voice. Ryan's eyes widened. "What?" "You heard me. I want you out of this house. Today." He shook his head. "Lisa, be reasonable. We can work this out, for Emily's sake. Don't you dare use our daughter as an excuse," I hissed. "You should have thought about her before you decided to cheat." The sound of a car door slamming outside made us both jump. Through the window, I saw a familiar figure striding up our driveway. "Oh, perfect timing," I muttered. Ryan frowned. "Who?" The front door burst open and Mark's voice boomed through the house. "Lisa? You here?" He appeared in the kitchen doorway, taking in the scene before him. His eyes narrowed as they landed on Ryan. "Everything okay?" Mark asked, his tone deceptively casual. I looked at my brother, then back at my husband. The tension in the room was palpable. "No," I said finally. "No, it's not okay, but it will be." I turned to Ryan, my decision made. "Pack your bags. You have an hour." As Ryan stormed out of the kitchen, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. The worst had happened, and I was still standing. With Mark by my side and Emily upstairs, I knew I could face whatever came next. But as I heard Ryan's angry footsteps overhead, a new worry gnawed at me. What else didn't I know? And how much worse could this get? The house felt emptier than ever after Ryan left. Emily retreated to her room, and I found myself pacing the living room, unable to settle. Mark watched me from the couch, his brow furrowed with concern. "Lisa, sit down," he said gently. "You're making me dizzy." I collapsed into an armchair, burying my face in my hands. "What am I going to do, Mark?" He leaned forward, his voice firm. "You're going to survive this, and then you're going to thrive." I looked up at him, managing a weak smile. "You sound so sure." "Because I am," he replied. "You're the strongest person I know, sis, and you've got me in your corner." A knock at the door interrupted us. I froze, panic rising in my chest. What if it's Ryan? Mark stood, his expression hardening. "Then I'll handle it." But when he opened the door, it wasn't Ryan standing there. It was Donna, Ryan's mother, her face a mask of concern that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Lisa, dear," she cooed, pushing past Mark. "I just heard what happened. Are you all right?" I stiffened as she approached, her perfume cloying in the air between us. "I'm fine, Donna. Thank you for your concern," she tsked, shaking her head. Such a shame. I always worried Ryan might stray. He needs a firmer hand, you know. Mark's eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? Donna waved a dismissive hand. Oh, nothing, dear. I just think perhaps if Lisa had been more attentive. Don't you dare, I hissed, rising to my feet. Don't you dare try to blame this on me. Donna's eyes widened in mock innocence. I'm not blaming anyone, dear. These things happen. Maybe if you two try counseling. Counseling? I laughed bitterly. Donna, your son has been cheating on me for months. Counseling isn't going to fix this. A flicker of something, triumph, flashed across Donna's face before she schooled her features back into a sympathetic mask. Months? Oh my. I had no idea it had been going on that long. Mark stepped forward, his lawyer instincts kicking in. Donna, what exactly do you know about this? She hesitated, and in that moment I saw the truth. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. You knew, I whispered. You've known all along, haven't you? Donna's silence was all the confirmation I needed. Rage boiled up inside me, hot and fierce. How long? I demanded. How long have you known about your son's affair? She lifted her chin, defiance replacing the fake sympathy. A while, she admitted. But really, Lisa, what did you expect? Ryan's a successful man. He needs someone who can keep up with him, not hold him back. Mark's hand on my arm was the only thing that kept me from lunging at her. I think you should leave, he said, his voice dangerously low. Donna sniffed, gathering her purse. Fine, but don't come crying to me when this all falls apart. I warned Ryan you weren't good enough for him years ago. As the door slammed behind her, I sagged against Mark, the fight draining out of me. She knew, I repeated, my voice hollow. All this time, she knew. Mark guided me back to the couch, his arm around my shoulders. Lisa, listen to me. This isn't your fault. Ryan and Donna, they're the ones in the wrong here. I nodded, but doubt gnawed at me. Had I really been so blind, so inadequate as a wife that my own mother-in-law thought I deserved this? What do I do now? I asked, hating how small my voice sounded. Mark squeezed my hand. Now? Now we fight back. We make sure Ryan doesn't get away with this, and we show Donna that you're a hell of a lot stronger than she thinks. As I looked at my brother, determination replacing the hurt in his eyes, I felt a spark of something I hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Okay, I said, straightening my shoulders. Where do we start? Mark grinned, a hint of mischief in his expression. Well, first things first. We need to make sure Ryan doesn't have access to your finances. And then we start building your case. As we bent our heads together, planning our next move, I realized that this was far from over. But for the first time since finding that letter, I felt ready to face whatever came next. With Mark by my side and the truth finally out in the open, I was done being the victim. It was time to take control of my life again, no matter who tried to stand in my way. The next morning, I woke with a sense of purpose I hadn't felt in months. Mark's words echoed in my mind. We fight back. But first, I needed answers. I found myself outside Donna's house, my hands shaking as I rang the doorbell. When she answered, her surprise quickly morphed into a smug smile. Lisa, dear, what an unexpected pleasure. I pushed past her into the foyer. Cut the act, Donna. We need to talk. She sighed dramatically, leading me to the living room. I suppose we do. Tea? No, I snapped. I want the truth. All of it. Donna settled into an armchair, smoothing her skirt. The truth? Well, that's a loaded term, isn't it? I clenched my fists, fighting to keep my voice steady. How long have you known about Ryan's affair? She examined her manicure, her casual demeanor infuriating. Oh, I suppose it's been, 8 months now? The room spun. 8 months. While I'd been planning our anniversary dinner, she'd known my marriage was a lie. Why? I choked out. Why didn't you tell me? Donna's eyes hardened. Because, Lisa, I hoped Ryan would come to his senses, that he'd realize what a mistake he'd made marrying you and leave on his own. Her words hit like a physical blow. What did I ever do to make you hate me so much? She laughed, a cold, brittle sound. Oh, Lisa, it's not about hate, it's about what's best for my son. And you? You were never good enough for him. Rage boiled up inside me. Not good enough. I gave up my career for him. I raised our daughter while he chased promotions. I stood by him through everything. And that's exactly the problem, Donna sneered. You made him weak, complacent. Ryan needs a woman who challenges him, pushes him to be better, not some housewife content to live in his shadow. I reeled back as if slapped. Is that what you think of me? That I'm just some trophy wife? Donna stood, her voice dripping with disdain. Please, we both know Ryan married you because you got pregnant. He felt obligated. But obligation isn't love, dear. Something inside me snapped. Before I knew what I was doing, my hand connected with Donna's cheek, the crack echoing in the silent room. She stumbled back, shock written across her face. How dare you? No, I snarled. How dare you? You don't know the first thing about me or my marriage, and you sure as hell don't get to decide what's best for Ryan. Donna's eyes narrowed. Be careful, Lisa. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Is that a threat? She smiled, all pretense of civility gone. Consider it a warning. If you try to take Ryan for everything he's worth in this divorce, I'll make sure you regret it. I stepped closer, my voice low and dangerous. Bring it on, Donna, because I'm done being the dutiful wife and daughter-in-law. You want to fight? You've got one. As I stormed out of the house, my phone buzzed. A text from Ryan. We need to talk. About Emily. My blood ran cold. Emily, in all the chaos, I'd almost forgotten how this was affecting our daughter. I called Mark as I got in the car. I need your help, I said when he answered. Things just got a lot more complicated. What happened? He asked, concern evident in his voice. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. Donna knows more than she's letting on, and now Ryan wants to talk about Emily. I think he might try to take her from me. Mark's voice hardened. Not if I've anything to say about it. Come to my office. We'll figure this out. As I drove, my mind raced. I'd thought discovering Ryan's affair was the worst thing that could happen. But now, faced with the possibility of losing my daughter, I realized the real fight was just beginning. One thing was certain. I wasn't going down without a fight. Ryan, Donna, and anyone else who stood in my way were about to learn just how strong I could be. My hands shook as I pulled into our driveway. Ryan's car was already there, and I could see his silhouette through the living room window. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself for the confrontation ahead. As I walked in, Ryan stood up from the couch, his face a mask of guilt and defiance. Lisa, we need to talk. You're damn right we do, I snapped, tossing my purse aside. Let's start with why you've been lying to me for over a year. He flinched, but held his ground. It's not that simple. Really? I laughed bitterly. Because from where I'm standing, it's pretty straightforward. You cheated, Ryan. You betrayed our marriage, our family. Ryan ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident in his voice. I never meant for it to happen. It just did. Oh, please, I scoffed. Things don't just happen, Ryan. You made a choice. Every time you lied, every time you snuck around behind my back, those were choices. He slumped back onto the couch, suddenly looking older than his years. You're right. I screwed up. But Lisa, you have to understand, our marriage hasn't been right for a long time. Anger flared hot in my chest. So that makes it okay? Because we hit a rough patch, you get to throw away 20 years of marriage? That's not what I'm saying. Ryan stood again, pacing the room. I felt trapped, okay? Like I was suffocating in this life we built. I reeled back as if slapped. Trapped? By me? By our daughter? He shook his head vehemently. No, not by you. By expectations. The pressure to be the perfect husband, father, provider. I lost myself somewhere along the way. And you found yourself in another woman's bed? The words tasted like acid on my tongue. Ryan's shoulders sagged. I know it sounds cliché, but with her, I felt alive again, seen. Something inside me shattered at his words. All the anger drained away, leaving only a hollow ache. And I made you feel, what? Dead? Invisible? He reached for me, but I stepped back. Lisa, please, I never meant to hurt you. A bitter laugh escaped me. Well, congratulations, Ryan. You failed spectacularly at that. Silence stretched between us, heavy with unspoken words and broken promises. Finally, I asked the question that had been burning inside me since I found that letter. Do you love her? Ryan's hesitation was all the answer I needed. Tears stung my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. I want a separation, I said, my voice surprisingly steady. I need time to figure out what I want, and clearly, so do you. He nodded slowly. I understand. But Lisa, what about Emily? We need to think about her in all this. The mention of our daughter reignited my anger. Oh, now you're concerned about Emily? Where was that concern when you were sneaking around behind our backs? Ryan's face hardened. Don't you dare imply I don't care about our daughter. Everything I've done has been for this family. I laughed incredulously. Everything, including destroying our marriage? He stepped closer, his voice low and intense. I made mistakes, Lisa. I own that, but I won't let you use Emily as a weapon in this. A chill ran down my spine at his words. What are you saying, Ryan? His eyes met mine, a challenge in their depths. I'm saying that if you try to keep me from my daughter, I'll fight you every step of the way, and you know I have the resources to do it. The threat hung in the air between us, transforming the man I once loved into a stranger. In that moment, I realized the true battle was just beginning. Get out, I whispered, my voice shaking with rage and fear. Get out of this house right now. As Ryan gathered his things, a cold determination settled over me. He wanted a fight? Fine, I'd give him one he'd never forget. The moment the door closed behind him, I pulled out my phone and dialed Mark's number. I need your help, I said when he answered. It's time to go to war. Mark's office felt like a war room as we pored over documents and legal strategies. My brother's face was grim as he laid out our options. Lisa, I won't sugarcoat this, he said, leaning back in his chair. Ryan's got resources, and from what you've told me about Donna, she'll be backing him all the way. This could get ugly. I nodded, steeling myself. I'm ready. What's our first move? Mark slid a folder across the desk. We need to protect your assets, joint accounts, property, everything. Ryan's already shown he's willing to play dirty. We can't give him any ammunition. As I flipped through the papers, a knot formed in my stomach. Our entire life together, reduced to cold, hard numbers. What about Emily? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Mark's expression softened. That's where it gets tricky. Given Emily's age, the court will take her preferences into account. But Ryan might try to manipulate her, especially with Donna in his corner. Anger flared hot in my chest. He wouldn't dare use our daughter as a pawn. Wouldn't he? Mark raised an eyebrow. Lisa, you need to be prepared for anything. Ryan's not the man you thought he was. The truth of his words hit me like a physical blow. I slumped in my chair, suddenly exhausted. How did we get here, Mark? How did I not see this coming? He reached across the desk, squeezing my hand. This isn't your fault. Ryan made his choices. Now we make ours. A knock at the door interrupted us. Mark's assistant poked her head in, looking apologetic. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's someone here to see Lisa. Says it's urgent. My heart raced as I followed her to the lobby. Had Ryan tracked me down? But it wasn't my soon-to-be ex-husband waiting for me. It was Donna. She stood as I approached, her face a mask of concern that didn't reach her eyes. Lisa, dear, we need to talk. I crossed my arms, my voice ice-cold. I think we've said all we need to say to each other, Donna. She glanced around the office, lowering her voice. Not here. This is delicate. It's about Emily. Fear gripped me. What about Emily? Donna's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. Let's just say I have some information that could make things very difficult for you in the custody battle. Unless, of course, you're willing to be reasonable about the divorce settlement. White-hot rage coursed through me. Are you blackmailing me? She smiled, all pretense of warmth gone. I prefer to think of it as negotiating. Ryan's willing to be generous, Lisa. Don't throw that away out of spite. I stepped closer, my voice low and dangerous. Listen carefully, Donna. I don't know what game you're playing, but if you think for 1 second that I'll let you or Ryan use my daughter as a bargaining chip, you're sorely mistaken. Donna's smile never wavered. Oh, Lisa, you really don't understand what you're up against, do you? This isn't just about the divorce. This is about protecting my son's future, and I'll do whatever it takes to ensure that future is secure. As she turned to leave, she paused, her parting shot hitting me like a physical blow. By the way, have you asked Emily about her college applications lately? You might find her choices illuminating. I stood rooted to the spot, my mind reeling. What did Donna know that I didn't? And how had I become so disconnected from my own daughter that I might have missed something crucial? Mark found me there, still staring at the door long after Donna had gone. Lisa, what happened? I turned to him, my voice shaking. We need to talk to Emily, now. As we rushed out of the office, I felt like I was standing on the edge of a precipice. Everything I thought I knew about my life, my family, was crumbling beneath my feet. And the worst part? I had a sinking feeling that the ground had started to give way long before I ever noticed the cracks. My heart raced as Mark and I pulled into the driveway. Emily's car was there, but so was Ryan's. This wasn't how I'd planned for this to go down. "You ready for this?" Mark asked, his hand on my shoulder. I took a deep breath. As I'll ever be. The moment we stepped inside, I knew something was wrong. The air was thick with tension, and I could hear muffled voices from the kitchen. As we rounded the corner, the scene before me stopped me cold. Ryan and Emily sat at the table, heads bent close together. A stack of papers lay between them. College brochures, I realized with a jolt, but not the ones we'd been looking at together. They both looked up as we entered, guilt flashing across Emily's face before it hardened into defiance. "Mom," she said, her voice steady. "We need to talk." Ryan stood, his posture defensive. "Lisa, I can explain." "Explain what?" I snapped, fury rising. "How you're trying to manipulate our daughter behind my back." Emily slammed her hand on the table. "He's not manipulating me." "God, Mom, why do you always have to make everything about you?" Her words hit me like a physical blow. I staggered back, Mark's steadying hand on my elbow. "Emily," he said, his lawyer voice kicking in. "Why don't you tell us what's going on?" She glared at him. "This is family business, Uncle Mark. No offense, but you don't get a say." Ryan smirked, and I wanted to slap the smugness right off his face. "You heard her, Mark. This is between us and our daughter." I found my voice again. "Our daughter? That's rich, coming from the man who's been lying to her for over a year." Emily's eyes widened. "What are you talking about?" The room fell silent. Ryan's face drained of color as he realized what I'd done. "You didn't tell her," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "You've been pushing her to choose sides, and you didn't even have the decency to tell her why." Emily looked between us, confusion giving way to anger. "Tell me what, Dad?" Ryan reached for her, but she jerked away. "Emily, sweetheart, it's complicated." "No," I cut in. "It's not complicated at all. Your father has been having an affair, Emily, for over a year." The words hung in the air, heavy and final. Emily's face crumpled, tears welling in her eyes. "Is it true?" she whispered. Ryan's shoulders sagged. "Yes," he admitted, "but Emily, you have to understand." She was on her feet in an instant, shoving past him. "Understand what? That you're a liar? That this whole time you've been... God, I can't even look at you." As she ran from the room, I moved to follow, but Mark held me back. "Give her a minute," he murmured. Ryan turned to me, his eyes blazing. "How could you do that? We were supposed to tell her together." I laughed bitterly. "Like you told me together? Face it, Ryan, you never planned on coming clean. You just wanted to turn her against me so you could win the divorce." He flinched. "That's not true. I love Emily. I was trying to protect her." "Protect her?" I scoffed. "By lying? By using her as a pawn in your sick game?" Mark stepped between us. "All right, that's enough. Ryan, I think it's time you left." For a moment, I thought Ryan might argue, but then his shoulders slumped, and he nodded. As he gathered his things, I felt a strange mix of triumph and despair. The front door slammed, and suddenly the house felt too quiet. I sank into a chair, my legs no longer able to support me. "What have I done?" I whispered. Mark squeezed my shoulder. "You told the truth, Lisa. It was bound to come out eventually." I nodded, but the victory felt hollow. Because upstairs, my daughter was crying. And for the first time in her life, I didn't know how to comfort her. As I climbed the stairs to Emily's room, I realized that winning the battle might have cost me the war. And I had no idea how to make things right again. 6 months after that fateful day in the kitchen, I stood in front of my easel, brush in hand, staring at the canvas before me. The painting was almost finished, a swirling landscape of blues and purples with a single, defiant streak of gold cutting through the center. "It's beautiful, Mom," Emily said from the doorway of my new studio apartment. I turned, smiling at my daughter. The past few months had been hard on both of us, but we'd weathered the storm together. "Thanks, sweetie. How was your campus tour?" Emily's eyes lit up as she launched into a detailed description of her visit to her top-choice college. As I listened, I marveled at her resilience, her ability to look forward despite everything that had happened. A knock at the door interrupted us. Emily tensed, and I squeezed her shoulder reassuringly before going to answer it. Ryan stood in the hallway, looking uncomfortable. "Lisa, I need to talk to you." I glanced back at Emily, who nodded slightly. "It's okay, Mom. I'll wait in the studio." As she disappeared into the other room, I stepped into the hall, closing the door behind me. What is it, Ryan? He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture so familiar it made my heart ache. I've been doing a lot of thinking. About us, about what happened. I made a huge mistake, Lisa. I want to make things right. I stared at him, searching for any trace of the man I'd fallen in love with all those years ago. It's too late for that, Ryan. You know that. He nodded, his shoulders slumping. I know. I miss our family. I miss you. For a moment, I felt a flicker of the old longing. But then I thought of the lies, the betrayal, the pain he'd caused, not just me, but our daughter. I'm sorry, Ryan. But we can't go back. We can only move forward. As if on cue, my phone buzzed. A text from Mark. Court date set. You ready for this? I looked back at Ryan, feeling a surge of strength. The divorce will be final next month. After that, we'll work out a schedule for Emily, but it's over. He opened his mouth to argue, but something in my expression stopped him. Finally, he nodded. I understand. Take care of yourself, Lisa. As he walked away, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. I'd faced my greatest fear, the end of my marriage, and come out stronger on the other side. Back inside, I found Emily examining my painting. You okay, Mom? She asked, concern etched on her face. I pulled her into a hug. I'm more than okay, sweetheart. I'm free. We spent the rest of the afternoon planning her college applications, laughing and dreaming about the future. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow across the room, Emily grew quiet. Mom, she said, her voice small. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Dad. I was so confused and angry, and I didn't know how to handle it. I cupped her face in my hands, looking into eyes so like my own. Oh, honey, you have nothing to be sorry for. We both got hurt, but we're going to be okay, more than okay. She smiled, tears glistening in her eyes. I love you, Mom. I love you too, baby girl. As Emily left for her study group, I turned back to my painting. With a few final brushstrokes, I added another streak of gold, intertwining with the first. It wasn't perfect, but it was beautiful in its own way, just like our new life. My phone buzzed again. This time, it was a text from an old friend, asking if I'd like to grab coffee sometime. I smiled, feeling a flutter of excitement I hadn't experienced in years. Standing there in my studio, surrounded by the art I'd rediscovered and the life I was rebuilding, I realized something profound. The end of my marriage wasn't the end of my story. It was just the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with possibility, strength, and most importantly, hope. As I replied to the text with a simple, I'd love to, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. Whatever came next, I was ready to face it. Not as Ryan's wife or Emily's mother, but as Lisa, strong, resilient, and finally truly free. I never imagined I'd be sitting in a doctor's office at 39, clutching a positive pregnancy test and feeling like my world was spinning out of control. Yet here I was, Olivia Brennan, successful editor and soon-to-be unexpected mother, trying to wrap my head around this life-altering news. Congratulations, Mrs. Brennan, Dr. Patel said, her kind eyes crinkling at the corners. You're about 8 weeks along. I managed a weak smile. Thank you, it's just a bit of a shock. I understand. Many women your age find it surprising, but don't worry, we'll monitor you closely. As I left the clinic, my phone buzzed. It was Patty, my closest friend and the custodian at the publishing house where I worked. Liv. How'd it go? Her familiar voice was comforting. Well, it's official. I'm pregnant. Oh, honey, that's wonderful news. Have you told Mark yet? I sighed. No, not yet. He's been so busy at work lately. I barely see him. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Liv, there's something else I need to tell you. Can we meet for coffee? A knot formed in my stomach. Sure, Patty, the usual place. 20 minutes later, I slid into a booth across from Patty at Joe's Diner. Her weathered hands wrapped around a steaming mug and worry lines creased her forehead. Spill it, Patty. What's going on? She took a deep breath. I've been noticing some things at the office about Mark. My heart rate quickened. What kind of things? Well, he's been staying late a lot. And there's this new girl in marketing, Susan. They seem close. I felt the blood drain from my face. Close how? Patty reached across the table and squeezed my hand. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I've seen them leaving together, and yesterday I overheard them talking about dinner plans. My mind raced. Mark had been distant lately, but I'd chalked it up to work stress. Now, with a baby on the way, the timing couldn't be worse. What should I do, Patty? My voice cracked. First, don't panic. We don't know anything for sure, but maybe keep your eyes open, see if you notice anything off at home. I nodded, trying to steady my breathing. You're right. I can't confront him without proof, and with this pregnancy, God, what a mess. Patty's eyes softened. Listen to me, Liv. You're strong. Whatever happens, you'll get through this, and I'll be right here with you. As I drove home, my mind whirled with possibilities. How could I face Mark tonight, knowing what Patty had told me? How could I share my pregnancy news when our marriage might be on shaky ground? I pulled into our driveway, noticing Mark's car was already there. Taking a deep breath, I stepped inside. Mark? I called out. In the kitchen, he replied. I found him at the stove, stirring a pot of pasta sauce. He turned and smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Hey, honey, how was your day? I hesitated, the weight of my secret pressing down on me. It was interesting. We need to talk. Mark's smile faltered. Oh, what about? Just then his phone buzzed on the counter. I glimpsed the name on the screen, Susan. My heart sank as I realized this conversation was about to become much more complicated than I'd anticipated. Mark, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Who's Susan? Mark's face paled at my question. Susan? Oh, she's just a new colleague in marketing. Why do you ask? I struggled to keep my voice steady. Your phone just lit up with a message from her. He reached for his phone, but I was quicker. Snatching it off the counter, I saw the preview. Can't wait for dinner tomorrow. Our usual spot? My hands shook as I looked up at Mark. Our usual spot? What's going on, Mark? He ran a hand through his hair, eyes darting around the kitchen. Liv, it's not what you think. We're just working on a big project together. At dinner? In your usual spot? My voice rose with each word. Mark stepped towards me, hands raised. Honey, please, let me explain. But I was already moving, storming out of the kitchen and up the stairs to our bedroom. I needed space, needed to think. Olivia, wait! Mark called after me. I slammed the door behind me, leaning against it as tears threatened to spill. How could this be happening? With a baby on the way, no less. The next morning I called in sick to work. I couldn't face anyone, not yet. As I sat at the kitchen table, nursing a cup of tea, my phone buzzed. It was Patty. Liv, are you okay? You never miss work. I filled her in on last night's events, my voice cracking. Oh, honey, Patty sighed. Listen, why don't you come down to the office? Mark's in meetings all day. We can do some digging. An hour later, I found myself standing in Mark's office, feeling like an intruder. Patty kept watch at the door as I rifled through his desk drawers. Liv, hurry, Patty whispered. Someone's coming. Just then, my hand closed around something small and metallic. I pulled it out, a heart-shaped locket I'd never seen before. Patty, look at this, I breathed, holding up the necklace. Her eyes widened. That's not yours? I shook my head, my stomach churning. Opening the locket, I found a tiny photo inside. Mark and a young, attractive woman with auburn hair. They were smiling, cheeks pressed together. That must be Susan, Patty said softly. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. I quickly pocketed the locket and we slipped out of the office, hearts pounding. Back at my desk, I examined the locket more closely. An inscription on the back read, To Mark, all my love, S. I can't believe this, I whispered, tears stinging my eyes. Patty squeezed my shoulder. I'm so sorry, Liv. What are you going to do? Before I could answer, a cheerful voice called out, Oh, hi there. You must be Olivia. I looked up to see the woman from the photo standing in front of my desk, all smiles and perfect makeup. I'm Susan, she said, extending her hand. I've heard so much about you from Mark. My world tilted on its axis. Here she was, the other woman, acting like we were old friends. I felt sick. Nice to meet you, I managed, ignoring her outstretched hand. Susan's smile faltered slightly. I hope you don't mind, but I borrowed one of Mark's ties the other day for a photo shoot. Is it okay if I pop into his office to return it? I nodded mutely, watching as she breezed into Mark's office. Patty and I exchanged glances. Did you see how comfortable she was going in there? Patty whispered. I clutched the locket in my pocket, feeling its weight like an anchor. Patty, what am I going to do? I'm pregnant, my husband's cheating on me, and I just met his mistress. Patty's eyes hardened with resolve. We're going to fight, that's what. Mark doesn't know what's coming for him. As Susan emerged from Mark's office, laughing at some private joke on her phone, I made a decision. I wouldn't be a victim in this story. It was time to take control. Patty, I said, my voice low and determined, I need your help. We're going to expose everything. I sat across from Patty at our favorite diner, my hands wrapped around a mug of lukewarm coffee. The weight of the locket in my pocket felt like a ticking bomb. "Are you sure about this, Liv?" Patty asked, her eyes filled with concern. I took a deep breath. "What choice do I have, Patty? I'm pregnant, and my husband is cheating on me with some young marketing exec." Patty leaned forward. "We need solid evidence, photos, emails, anything that proves the affair." "I don't know if I can do this," I whispered, feeling the sting of tears. "Listen to me," Patty said firmly. "You're stronger than you think. We'll do this together." Just then my phone buzzed. It was Mark. "Where are you? I thought we were having dinner tonight." My heart raced as I typed a reply. "Working late. Don't wait up." "Liar," I muttered, putting the phone away. Patty raised an eyebrow. "What's the plan?" "We follow them," I said, surprising myself with my resolve. "Their usual spot, remember?" An hour later, we were parked across the street from La Petite Maison, a cozy French bistro. My stomach churned as I watched Mark and Susan walk in, his hand on the small of her back. "I think I'm going to be sick," I mumbled. Patty squeezed my arm. "Stay strong, Liv. We need pictures." As if on cue, my phone buzzed again. "Mark, in a late meeting. Might crash at the office. Don't worry about me." Rage boiled inside me. "That lying bastard!" Patty was already out of the car, her phone ready. "Come on, let's get closer." We crept toward the restaurant, ducking behind potted plants. Through the window I could see Mark and Susan, laughing over wine. His hand rested on hers, fingers intertwined. Click, click. Patty's phone captured it all. "I can't watch anymore," I choked out, turning away. Back in the car, Patty showed me the photos. There was no denying it now, the intimate touches, the loving gazes. My world was crumbling. "What now?" I asked, feeling hollow. "Now we dig deeper," Patty said. "We need access to his emails, his phone records." I hesitated. "Isn't that illegal?" Patty's eyes flashed. "So is adultery in some states. He's the one breaking vows here, Liv." The next day, I found myself in Mark's home office, heart pounding as I logged into his computer. Years of trust shattered in moments. "Bingo," I whispered, finding a folder labeled Susan, Project X. But as I clicked through the files, my blood ran cold. It wasn't just an affair. There were financial documents, plans for a new business venture with Susan as co-owner. "He's planning to leave," I realized, my hand instinctively going to my still flat stomach. Just then I heard the front door open. Mark's voice called out, "Liv, you home?" Panic seized me. I quickly closed the files and shut down the computer, my heart racing. "Up here," I called back, trying to keep my voice steady. Mark appeared in the doorway, his smile faltering as he saw me in his office. "What are you doing in here?" I forced a smile. "Just looking for some stamps. How was your meeting last night?" His eyes darted away. "Oh, you know, boring work stuff." The lies hung heavy between us. I wanted to scream, to confront him with everything I knew. But Patty's words echoed in my mind. "We need more evidence." "Well, I'm glad you're home," I said, standing up. "We should talk about the nursery. You know, for the baby." Mark's face paled. "The baby?" I nodded, watching his reaction carefully. "Remember? I told you I was pregnant the other night." "Right, of course," he stammered. "The baby." "Yes, we should definitely talk about that." As I brushed past him, heading downstairs, my resolve hardened. This man, this liar, would not destroy me or my child's future. With Patty's help, I would expose everything. The game was on, and I intended to win. The weeks that followed were a blur of nausea, both from my pregnancy and the sickening reality of Mark's betrayal. Patty had become my rock, tirelessly gathering evidence while I struggled to maintain a facade of normalcy at home. "Liv, I've got something," Patty said one afternoon, her voice hushed as we huddled in the office supply closet. "You're not going to like it." She handed me a stack of photos. My hands trembled as I flipped through them. Mark and Susan entering a high-end jewelry store. Mark, down on one knee, presenting her with a ring. Their embrace, her left hand now adorned with a diamond that caught the sunlight. "No," I whispered, feeling the floor drop out from under me. "He wouldn't?" Patty's eyes were full of sympathy. "There's more. I managed to get into his email." She pulled out her phone, showing me a series of messages. My eyes caught phrases that made my blood run cold. Divorce papers, new start after the baby is born. I stumbled back, colliding with a shelf of paper reams. "He's planning to leave me after our child is born?" "I'm so sorry, Liv," Patty said, steadying me, "but now we have proof. We can fight this. As I left work that day, my mind raced. How could I face Mark knowing what I knew? How could I carry this child, a reminder of our broken vows? I found myself driving to my OBGYN's office without even realizing it. Dr. Patel's kind face greeted me as I burst into tears in her exam room. "Olivia, what's wrong?" she asked, concern etched in her features. Through sobs, I poured out the whole sordid story. Dr. Patel listened patiently, offering tissues and gentle pats on my hand. "I don't know if I can do this," I finished, my hand on my slightly swollen belly. "How can I have this baby when everything is falling apart?" Dr. Patel's eyes were firm, but compassionate. "Olivia, listen to me. This child is innocent in all of this, and you are stronger than you know." She turned on the ultrasound machine. "Let's take a look, shall we?" As the grainy image appeared on the screen, my breath caught. There, in black and white, was my baby. Tiny hands, the curve of a spine, a fluttering heartbeat. "Oh," I breathed, a different kind of tears filling my eyes. "Your baby is healthy and growing perfectly," Dr. Patel said softly. "Whatever you decide, remember that you're not alone." I left the office with a new sense of purpose. This child deserved better. I deserved better. At home, I found Mark in his study, hunched over his laptop. He quickly closed it as I entered. "Hey, honey," he said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "How was your day?" I took a deep breath. "Mark, we need to talk." His face paled. "About what?" "About our future," I said, my hand instinctively going to my stomach. "About the baby." Mark's eyes followed my movement, a flicker of something. Guilt, fear, crossing his face. "Of course. What about it?" I steeled myself. "I know everything, Mark, about Susan, about the ring, about your plans to leave." He stood up abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. "Olivia, I can explain." "Save it." I cut him off. "I've seen the proof. Photos, emails, everything." Mark's face crumpled, all pretense gone. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I never meant for it to go this far." I felt a strange calm settle over me. "I'm giving you one chance to make this right, for our child. Tell me the truth, all of it right now, or I walk out that door and the next time you see me will be in court." The silence stretched between us, heavy with years of love turned to betrayal. In that moment, I knew my life would never be the same. But as I felt the slight flutter of movement in my belly, I realized I was ready to face whatever came next. Mark opened his mouth to speak, and I braced myself for the truth that would shape our futures. Mark's confession hit me like a tidal wave, each word another blow to the life we'd built together. He spoke of feeling trapped, of Susan's youth and ambition, reigniting something he thought he'd lost. I listened, numb, as he detailed their plans for a new life, a new business, a future that didn't include me or our unborn child. "I never meant to hurt you, Olivia," he finished lamely, unable to meet my eyes. I stood, my legs shaky but my resolve firm. "I think you should leave, Mark. Tonight." He nodded, defeated, and left to pack a bag. As the front door closed behind him, I sank to the floor, allowing myself one moment of weakness before the real fight began. The next morning, I called in sick to work and made an appointment with Diana Reeves, the best divorce attorney in the city. Patty insisted on coming with me for support. "Miss Brennan," Diana said, her sharp eyes taking in my swollen eyes and trembling hands, "I understand you're in a difficult situation. Tell me everything." For the next hour, I laid out the whole sordid tale, Patty filling in details where my voice failed me. Diana listened intently, taking notes and occasionally asking for clarification. "Well," she said when I finished, "you've certainly got a strong case for alimony and child support. Those photos and emails Patty gathered are gold, but there's one complication." My heart sank. "What's that?" "The business venture Mark's planning with Susan. If it takes off, it could significantly increase his assets. We need to move quickly to ensure you get your fair share." I felt a flash of anger. "I don't want his money. I just want justice." Patty finished for me, squeezing my hand. Diana's eyes softened. "I understand, but think about your child's future. You deserve security after what he's put you through." As we left the office, my phone buzzed with a text from Mark. "Can we talk? I made a mistake. I want to make this right." I showed Patty, who scoffed. "Don't fall for it, Liv. He's just scared now that he knows you're fighting back." But a small part of me wondered, could we fix this? For the baby's sake? My internal debate was cut short as we rounded the corner and came face to face with Mark and Susan, hand in hand. They froze, caught off guard. Olivia, Mark started, but I held up a hand. Save it, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I think you've said enough. Susan had the decency to look ashamed, but then she spoke. Olivia, I'm so sorry, we never meant for this to happen, but you have to understand. Understand what? I cut her off, fury rising. That you thought it was okay to destroy a family? That you two could plan a whole new life while I carried his child? Mark stepped forward, reaching for me. Liv, please, we can work this out, for the baby. Don't you dare, I hissed, backing away. You lost the right to talk about this baby when you decided to abandon us. Patty put a protective arm around me. You should both leave, now. As they hurried away, I felt a strange mix of pain and liberation. The last threads of hope for reconciliation had snapped, but with them went the weight of indecision. Patty, I said, my voice firm, I need you to do something for me. Anything, honey. Call Diana back. Tell her to draw up the papers. We're going for everything. Patty's smile was fierce. That's my girl. As we walked away, I felt my baby kick as if in agreement. For the first time in weeks, I smiled. The road ahead would be hard, but I was ready to fight. For myself, for my child, and for the future we deserved. Mark had made his choice. Now it was time to make mine. The day of reckoning arrived sooner than I expected. My hands shook as I smoothed down my blouse, trying to hide my growing baby bump. Patty stood beside me, a silent pillar of strength. Are you sure about this, Liv? She asked, concern etched on her face. I nodded, my jaw set. It's time to end this charade once and for all. We were outside La Petite Maison, the restaurant where I'd first seen Mark with Susan. Tonight, we'd confront them both. Remember, Patty whispered, I'll be recording everything. Just stay calm and let them dig their own graves. I took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The maternity have led us to a secluded corner where Mark and Susan sat, heads close together, oblivious to our approach. Well, isn't this cozy? I said, my voice cutting through their intimate bubble. They jerked apart, faces pale with shock. Mark stood abruptly, nearly knocking over his wine glass. Olivia, what are you doing here? I think that's my line, Mark, I replied, ice in my tone. Funny, I don't see any business papers, unless your new venture involves a lot of candlelight and hand-holding. Susan tried to speak, but I silenced her with a glare. Don't. You've said quite enough already. Mark's eyes darted between us, panic setting in. Liv, please. This isn't what it looks like. I can explain. Explain what? I interrupted, my voice rising. How you've been lying to me for months? How you're planning to abandon your unborn child for some misguided midlife crisis? Other diners were starting to stare. Good, let them see the truth. Mark's face flushed red. Keep your voice down. You're making a scene. Oh, I'm making a scene? I laughed bitterly. That's rich coming from the man who's been parading his mistress around town. Susan flinched at the word mistress. Mark, maybe we should go somewhere private. No, I said firmly. We're going to have this out right here, right now. Mark's demeanor suddenly changed, his eyes hardening. Fine, you want the truth? I'm unhappy, Olivia. I have been for years. This baby, it wasn't part of the plan. Susan understands me in a way you never could. Each word was a dagger, but I stood my ground. And what about our vows, Mark? What about the life we built together? People change, he said coldly. I'm not the same man you married. Clearly, I spat, the Mark I married wouldn't be such a coward. His face contorted with anger. Coward? I'm finally being honest about what I want. Honest? I scoffed. Is that what you call sneaking around behind my back, planning to leave your pregnant wife? Mark's control snapped. He grabbed my arm, his grip painfully tight. You don't understand anything. Patty stepped forward, her phone visible. Let her go, Mark. Now. He released me, suddenly aware of the scene we were causing. The restaurant had gone silent, all eyes on us. This isn't over, Mark hissed. You think you can ruin me? I'll fight you every step of the way. I stood tall, one hand protectively over my belly. Bring it on. I'm not the weak woman you think I am. As Mark and Susan hurried out, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. Patty caught me as I swayed. Liv, are you okay? I nodded, but a sharp pain lanced through my abdomen. I think something's wrong with the baby. Panic flooded Patty's eyes. We need to get you to a hospital, now. As she helped me out of the restaurant, I felt a mixture of triumph and terror. I'd confronted Mark, exposed his lies, but at what cost? The last thing I remember before the world went black was Patty's voice, urgent and scared. calling for an ambulance. In that moment, I realized the true battle was only just beginning. The harsh fluorescent lights of the hospital room buzzed overhead as I slowly regained consciousness. Patty's worried face swam into view. "Liv? Thank God you're awake. How are you feeling?" I tried to sit up, panic rising as I remembered why I was here. "The baby? Is the baby okay?" Dr. Patel appeared at my bedside, her expression reassuring. "Your baby is fine, Olivia. You experienced some stress-induced contractions, but we've managed to stop them. However, you need to avoid any further stress for the remainder of your pregnancy." Relief washed over me, followed quickly by a renewed sense of determination. I couldn't let Mark's betrayal jeopardize my child's health any longer. As if summoned by my thoughts, Mark burst into the room, his face a mix of concern and guilt. "Liv, I just heard. Are you all right?" Before I could respond, Patty stepped between us, her voice cold. "I think you've done enough damage, Mark. You should leave." Mark's expression darkened. "This is between me and my wife. You need to back off, Patty. You've been meddling in our affairs for far too long." I found my voice, anger giving me strength. "Don't you dare speak to her that way. Patty has been more of a support to me than you ever were." Mark's facade cracked, revealing the ugly truth beneath. "Support? She's been poisoning you against me. Can't you see she's just a bitter old woman living vicariously through you?" The room fell silent, the weight of his cruel words hanging in the air. Patty's face crumpled for a moment before she straightened her spine, dignity radiating from every pore. "I may be old, Mark," she said quietly, "but at least I know the value of loyalty and respect, something you seem to have forgotten." In that moment, I saw Mark for who he truly was, not the man I'd loved and built a life with, but a selfish, cruel individual who would lash out at anyone who threatened his comfort. "Get out," I said, my voice shaking with fury. "Get out now, or I swear I'll call security." Mark's eyes widened, realizing he'd gone too far. "Liv, I'm sorry, I didn't mean—" "Save it," I cut him off. "I want a divorce, Mark, and I'm going to fight you for every penny you're worth." He stumbled back as if I'd physically struck him. "You can't be serious. Think about our child." "I am thinking about our child," I replied, my resolve hardening. "I'm thinking about the kind of example I want to set, and it's certainly not one of staying with a man who has no respect for me or the people I care about." Mark's face contorted with anger. "Fine, you want a war? You've got one. But don't come crying to me when you realize you can't make it on your own." As he stormed out, I felt a strange sense of calm settle over me. I turned to Patty, who was wiping away tears. "I'm so sorry, Liv," she whispered. "I never meant to cause more trouble." I reached out and squeezed her hand. "You have nothing to apologize for. You've been my rock through all of this. I couldn't have done it without you." Dr. Patel cleared her throat, reminding us of her presence. "Olivia, I know this is a difficult time, but remember what I said about stress. You need to focus on your health and your baby's well-being." I nodded, placing a protective hand over my belly. "You're right. No more confrontations. From now on, everything goes through my lawyer." As Patty helped me gather my things to leave the hospital, I felt a mix of exhaustion and determination. The road ahead would be challenging, but I was ready to face it. Mark had shown his true colors, and in doing so, he'd freed me from any lingering doubts or misplaced loyalty. This was no longer just about me. It was about creating a better future for my child, a future free from lies, betrayal, and disrespect. And I would fight with everything I had to make that future a reality. The courtroom felt suffocating as I waddled in, 9 months pregnant and ready to face the final battle. Mark sat on the other side, his face a mask of cold indifference. As I took my seat, I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen. "Not now," I silently pleaded. Our lawyers presented their cases, a blur of words and accusations. Mark's attorney painted me as a vindictive wife, out for revenge. My lawyer countered with evidence of Mark's infidelity and financial deception. As the judge called a recess to review the evidence, another contraction hit, stronger this time. Patty, ever vigilant, noticed my discomfort. "Liv, are you okay?" she whispered. I nodded, gritting my teeth. "I'm fine, we're almost done." But as the judge returned and began to speak, my water broke. The courtroom erupted in chaos. "Order! Order in the court!" The judge shouted, but it was drowned out by my cry of pain. Patty jumped into action, calling for an ambulance. To my surprise, it was Mark who rushed to my side. "Liv, I'm so sorry," he said, his face pale with concern. "Let me help you." For a moment, I saw a glimmer of the man I'd once loved, but as another contraction racked my body, I knew there was no going back. "No," I gasped. "Patty, please, I want Patty." The hurt in Mark's eyes was palpable, but I couldn't bring myself to care. As the paramedics arrived, Patty held my hand, her presence a balm to my pain. Hours later, in the delivery room, I pushed with all my might, Patty by my side, encouraging me every step of the way. "You're doing great, Liv," she said, wiping my brow. "You're the strongest woman I know." With one final, excruciating push, my daughter entered the world, her cries filling the room. As the nurse placed her in my arms, I felt a love so fierce it took my breath away. "Hello, little one," I whispered, tears streaming down my face. "I'm your mommy, and I promise to always protect you." Patty beamed down at us, her eyes shining with pride and love. "She's beautiful, Liv, just like her mother." A knock at the door interrupted our moment. It was Mark, looking lost and uncertain. Can I see her?" he asked hesitantly. I nodded, too exhausted to argue. As Mark held our daughter, his face softened, and for a moment I saw the man I'd fallen in love with all those years ago. "Liv," he said, his voice choked with emotion, "I've been such a fool. Can we try to work this out, for her sake?" I looked at him, really looked at him, and felt a sense of peace wash over me. "No, Mark, we can't go back, but we can move forward as co-parents who respect each other." He nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'd like that, and I'm sorry, truly sorry for everything." As Mark left, Patty squeezed my hand. "You did it, Liv. You stood your ground and came out stronger." I smiled, looking down at my daughter. "We did it, Patty. I couldn't have done any of this without you." In the weeks that followed, life settled into a new rhythm. The divorce was finalized with a fair settlement that ensured my daughter and I would be taken care of. Mark and I established a cordial co-parenting relationship, both of us committed to putting our daughter first. As I sat in the rocking chair in the nursery, my baby girl sleeping peacefully in my arms, I reflected on the journey that had brought me here. The pain, the betrayal, the fight, it had all led to this moment of pure, unadulterated joy. Patty knocked softly, entering with a cup of tea. "How are my two favorite girls doing?" I smiled up at her, feeling a wave of gratitude. "We're perfect. Thank you, Patty, for everything." She leaned down, kissing my forehead. "That's what family does, Liv, and that's what we are now, family." As the sun set outside, casting a warm glow through the window, I felt a sense of hope I hadn't experienced in months. The road ahead might be challenging, but I was ready to face it, with my daughter in my arms and Patty by my side. This wasn't the ending I'd once imagined for myself, but as I looked at my sleeping child, I realized it was the beginning of something even better. A new chapter filled with love, strength, and the unbreakable bonds of true family.